1. Heaven has paused everything around you so this message could reach you, not by accident, not by coincidence, but by divine interruption. Right now, you feel as if time itself has slowed down, and every distraction around you has been silenced. That's because the gaze of God is fixed on you. There are moments in life when you sense the world moving fast, people rushing past, chasing after empty crowns, while you different, peculiar, set apart are suddenly pulled out of that current. It is not weakness, it is not delay, it is divine intention. You are being spoken to directly, as if the very heavens bend low and whisper your name. Think of it like a theater. The stage was crowded with noise, actors, and confusion. Then suddenly, the lights shift. The spotlight finds one figure, you. The audience holds its breath. The script pauses, because your scene is about to unfold. That is where you stand right now. You have carried burdens others could not see. You've survived storms others never even noticed. While they slept peacefully, you wrestled in silence. While they laughed without care, you endured battles in the spirit that left your soul weary. And yet you are still here. This is not weakness. Chosen one, this is the evidence of your calling. For heaven does not stop for the ordinary. Heaven halts when one of God's warriors reaches the moment of shift. That moment is now. Let me tell you about a woman I once knew. She was overlooked for years. While others advanced, she was hidden. She would cry out, "Lord, why am I stuck?" And yet, she never quit. She prayed when no one clapped. She gave when no one thanked her. She stood when no one noticed. Years passed, and she felt invisible until the day everything suddenly aligned. The call came. The opportunity opened. The recognition flowed like a river bursting its dam. All those silent years had been preparation. The stage lights shifted, and it was her turn. Chosen one. Her story mirrors yours. You too are at the doorway of that shift. Your life, up until now, has been like a seed buried in soil. People may have looked and thought, nothing is happening. But beneath the surface, the roots have been growing deep, drawing strength, stabilizing for the season to come. And now, the soil breaks. The sprout appears. Heaven pauses, because your season of emergence is here. Hear this clearly. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not just another name lost in the crowd. God's attention has singled you out, and when He marks you, nothing can erase you. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 7, "Be still before the Lord, and wait patiently for Him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes." This is not just instruction, it is an invitation. Heaven says, "Rest. Do not fear the noise of others. Your story is not written by their success, but by my timing." End quote. Do you know what makes an eagle different from other birds? When the storm comes, most birds flee and hide. But the eagle does the opposite. It spreads its wings and uses the very wind of the storm to lift it higher. That is your life. The storms you endured were not designed to destroy you. They were the winds God ordained to lift you above what held others down. Heaven pauses right now to remind you, you are chosen, and you are about to rise. Pause and feel that, because sometimes your mind says, "I'm still waiting." I'm still stuck. But your spirit knows. Something is shifting. Something is different. That's the Holy Spirit awakening you to the new season. Now, let me paint you another image. Imagine a harp with strings pulled tight. For years, those strings endure tension. They seem to bear silence, strain, and stretching. But in the right hands, with one touch, the tension turns into a melody. That is you. The stretching, the pulling, the pressure. You've felt it's all about to produce the sweetest song of your life. And so I ask you, chosen one, will you believe this moment is yours? Will you receive what heaven has already declared over you? This is not the hour to doubt. This is the hour to step into agreement. Because when heaven pauses, it is not to tease you. It is to position you. I want you to take one act of faith right now. If this word resonates with you, if you know heaven has stopped just for you, I want you to do something simple yet powerful, like this message. Share it, so another chosen one finds it. Subscribe, so you remain connected. And comment below the prophetic number 777 as a declaration that you choose to step into your season of divine renewal. This is the beginning, and heaven has pressed pause just for you. And now, as this pause settles over you, take a breath. Feel the weight lifting off your shoulders, the heaviness that clung to your spirit melting away. This is not just another moment scrolling through a screen. It is holy ground. You are standing at the intersection of your past endurance and your future reward. Do not mistake stillness for stagnation. When heaven calls you to rest, it is because the battle has already been fought on your behalf. You are not losing time, you are gaining clarity, healing, and divine strength. The silence you feel now is not empty. It is full of God's presence, full of promises waiting to unfold. So let your heart agree. Speak quietly. Even now, I receive this pause. I embrace this rest. I step into renewal. For when you align your voice with heaven, everything around you must shift. This is only the beginning. You have carried a weight that very few understood. Some smiled at you, yet never saw the nights you lay awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering if the tears soaking your pillow were noticed by anyone. People judged your silence, but they never felt the heaviness pressing against your chest. You walked through rooms, smiling, yet inside you were carrying burdens that bent your soul. This is why heaven pauses. It is not blind to what you have endured. There is a record in heaven of every sigh, every whispered prayer, every silent scream. Nothing slipped unnoticed through God's hands. Think of it like a journal kept by angels. Every time you held back words of anger, they recorded it. Every time you chose to forgive rather than retaliate, it was written down. Each moment of endurance was not wasted. It was planted like a seed waiting for its harvest. A seed always looks like it dies before it lives. When it is buried under the dirt, it is unseen, overlooked, and pressed down. That was you. The soil of life pressed over you. People thought it was the end, but in reality, heaven was protecting the work happening underground. Roots were forming, strength was gathering, and timing was aligning. And now, the soil is breaking open. I once met a young man who grew up with nothing. His father left early. His mother worked 2 jobs, and he often went hungry. Friends mocked him because his shoes were torn. His clothes were old, yet through it all, he carried himself with quiet strength. He prayed even when he did not know if anyone was listening. Years later, that same man was given opportunities beyond imagination. When I asked him what kept him steady, he said, "I always believed God saw me, even when no one else did." Chosen one. The same is true for you. The Word of God speaks clearly in the book of Exodus, chapter 3, verse 7. "I have indeed seen the misery of my people. I have heard them crying out because of their suffering, and I am concerned about their pain." Do you see it? Not only did he notice, he was concerned. God is not distant. He does not simply watch your suffering from afar. He leans in. He enters the fire with you. He counts your tears as treasure. Every ounce of pain has been collected, not ignored. Imagine your life as a vase of glass. Over time, cracks appeared from betrayal, rejection, and disappointment. People might call it broken, but heaven does something different. It pours gold into those cracks, sealing them with beauty. This is not just repair, this is transformation. What was once weakness becomes strength. What was once shame becomes glory. The Japanese call this art kintsugi, where broken pottery is mended with gold, making the repaired piece more valuable than before. That is your story. Do not despise your scars, because they tell a story that will one day heal others. You didn't just survive those nights, you were being shaped into a vessel of endurance, a living testimony of what faith looks like under pressure. And soon, others will draw hope from your example. Yes, you've been overlooked. Yes, you've been misunderstood. People dismissed you because they could not see the weight you carried. But God was with you, and He saw. That is why this season feels different. You can sense something lifting, something turning, because what you carried in secret is about to be honored in the open. Think of a mountain climber. To reach the summit, they carry gear, ropes, and heavy packs. Every step is slow. Every breath is costly. Others down in the valley see only a tiny figure far above and think, why is it taking them so long? But they don't feel the air thinning, the muscles burning, the weight pressing down. And when the climber finally stands on the peak, the view is unmatched. The wait was part of the preparation. Your life is that climb, and the peak is closer than you imagine. There's another image, a candle burning in the dark. At first it seems fragile, as if one gust of wind could end it. But in truth, its small flame lights the path for others who stumble in darkness. That's you. You carried your light quietly, faithfully, even when no one thanked you. And now, heaven is about to place your candle on a high stand, where its glow can reach further than you ever thought possible. Chosen one, take comfort in this. The burdens you bore were never wasted. The weight was a classroom. The tears were prayers in liquid form. The silence was worship louder than shouts. Your hidden endurance has already been counted in the courts of heaven, and the verdict is in your favor. This is why heaven pauses. This is why your life feels different in this moment. Because the season of carrying unseen weight is closing, you will not forever be the one bowed down. The shift has already begun, and when it fully unfolds, you will see that nothing you endured was in vain. So now, breathe out the weight you've carried for so long. You no longer need to bend under invisible loads, because heaven has lifted what the world could never touch. The season of heaviness is being exchanged for a season of rest. Do not confuse this pause with emptiness. It is the silence of victory before the celebration begins. Just as soldiers stand still after a battle, awaiting the trumpet of triumph, so you stand calm, steady, chosen. Your story is not one of endless carrying, it is one of divine reversal. The same hands that counted your tears now place honor upon your head. Lift your eyes, for the chapter of burden has ended, and the chapter of joy is already opening before you. You were never ordinary. From your earliest days, you carried a different spirit. Others could sit comfortably and compromise, but not you. While they laughed at temporary pleasures, something deep inside you whispered, "There is more." You felt the pull of eternity even when you couldn't explain it. That uneasiness, that restlessness, it was the fingerprint of God marking you as His own. People may have called you strange, too serious, too sensitive. They did not know you were being refined. They saw your silence as weakness, but it was wisdom. They thought your distance was pride, but it was protection. What they labeled, God had already named. Chosen one. You were never built to blend in. You were separated for a purpose greater than yourself. Think of oil and water. No matter how long you stir, they do not mix. Oil rises. It is different in density, composition, and purpose. That is you. You rise above atmospheres that others accept, because you were not created to dissolve into the crowd. Your calling has always pulled you upward. I once met a young woman who never fit into her family. They mocked her for praying, mocked her for dreaming. She tried to fit in, but the harder she tried, the more rejection came. She wept in her room at night, asking why she could not be like them. But years later, when crisis struck, those same family members came running to her door, asking her to pray, asking her to intercede. She realized then what God had been showing her all along. Chosen ones often feel isolated because they are being positioned as intercessors for others. Scripture confirms this reality in the book of Jeremiah. Chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Do you see it? Separation is not rejection. It is divine appointment. The ache of not belonging was never punishment. It was proof that you were destined for something beyond the ordinary. Let me give you another image. Picture a violin in a pawn shop, covered in dust. To the untrained eye, it looks like junk. But when a master violinist sees it, he knows its worth. With gentle hands, he cleans it, tunes it, and suddenly, what looked like trash fills the room with music. That is your life. People may not have recognized your value, but in the hands of the Master, your sound is about to be heard. And here is what you must hold close. Your difference is your weapon. Your refusal to bow to empty trends has kept you preserved for this hour. Every no you spoke in hidden places, every boundary you set, every time you walked away when compromise tried to seduce you, it was not wasted. It was protection. It was God shielding you from battles that were never yours. Chosen one. Though not curse your uniqueness. It is the very evidence of your assignment. Now, I want you to take a step of agreement. Not for me, but for you. Write these words in the comments right now. I walk higher. Say it publicly. Declare it boldly. Because when you confess it, you break off the lie that you are ordinary, and you step into the truth that you were always meant to rise above. When you type it, you are not just leaving a comment, you are sealing a covenant. You are agreeing with heaven's record that your walk is no longer bound to the valley, but lifted to the mountain path. And once you align with heaven, the earth has no choice but to follow your declaration. You were never meant to fit in. You were always meant to stand out. And the season is here where what set you apart will become what sets you above. When you say, I walk higher, you are making more than a statement. You are choosing a position. Higher is not about pride or arrogance. It is about perspective. From the mountain top, you see what those in the valley cannot. You discern dangers before they appear. You recognize blessings before others even notice them. And you breathe a different kind of air. To walk higher is to live by vision, not by sight. Consider the eagle once more. It does not flap around on the ground like chickens chasing after crumbs. It spreads its wings and ascends where storms cannot crush it. By declaring, I walk higher, you align yourself with the eagle's nature. You rise above gossip, above envy, above the need to prove yourself to people who were never assigned to understand you. You live in the altitude of faith, not the lowlands of fear. Think about a lighthouse standing on the cliffs. Waves crash violently against the rocks below. Storms rage across the waters, but the lighthouse remains firm, lifted high. Its light is not dimmed by the chaos beneath. In fact, the storm only makes the light more necessary. That is your declaration in action. I walk higher means your stability, your clarity, and your purpose are untouched by the noise that drowns others. Walking higher also means leaving behind what no longer fits you. Old patterns, old circles, old chains. They cannot breathe in the altitude you are stepping into. Just as climbers shed unnecessary weight, the closer they get to the peak, you too will notice certain attachments falling away. This is not loss, it is liberation. Heaven makes room for new vision by cutting ties with the things that held you low. And perhaps most importantly, I walk higher is a reminder to yourself when discouragement tries to drag you down. When whispers of failure creep in, repeat it again. When doubt gnaws at your mind, declare it again. Because every time you speak it, you realign your steps with heaven's pathway. So let it echo within you, not just typed once in a comment, but spoken as a rhythm of your daily walk. I walk higher. That is your anthem, your shield, and your new identity. The breaking season ends. You know what it feels like to be stretched to your limit, to wonder if the ground beneath you will ever stop shaking. You've walked through seasons that stripped away nearly everything familiar. Friendships broke, opportunities collapsed, dreams seemed to shatter in your hands, and yet through it all you kept standing. Even when standing felt like crawling. Breaking seasons are not punishment, though they feel like it. They are the refining fire that burns away what cannot travel with you into destiny. Like gold placed in the furnace, you endured heat that others never even saw. On the surface, people may have thought you were just going through a rough patch. But in reality, heaven was purging, shaping, and removing the excess that weighed you down. Let me give you a picture. Imagine a sculptor standing before a block of marble. The vision of a masterpiece is already in his mind. Every strike of the chisel looks violent. Pieces fall away. Fragments scatter on the floor. If you judge the process too soon, you might think the sculptor was destroying the stone. But in truth, he was revealing what had been hidden inside it all along. That is your breaking season. It was not destruction. It was revelation. I knew a man who lost everything in 1 year. His job, his home, even his health declined. He told me later, "I thought God had abandoned me." But in that season, I discovered parts of myself I never would have found otherwise. I learned resilience. I learned faith. And I learned to hear God's voice without all the noise. Now, restored and thriving. He often says that his breaking season was the most valuable time of his life. It stripped him down. Yes, but it also built him into a man unshakable. Scripture confirms this truth in the book of Hosea, chapter 6, verse 1. Come, let us return to the Lord. He has torn us to pieces, but he will heal us. He has injured us, but he will bind up our wounds. Notice the rhythm: wounding, followed by healing. Tearing, followed by binding. The breaking season was never final. It was the precursor to restoration. God does not break to destroy, he breaks to rebuild. He does not allow the tearing without promising the binding. Perhaps you can relate to a tree in winter. The branches look bare, lifeless, almost dead. But beneath the bark, life is pulsing. Roots are stretching deeper, preparing for the spring that will surely come. Breaking seasons often feel like endless winters, but they are only temporary. The buds of new life always arrive. Chosen one, hear me clearly. The breaking season has served its purpose. It was a chapter, not the whole story. You will not always live under the weight of loss and unanswered questions. The very season that felt like the end has now become the soil of your new beginning. Think about pottery again. In some cultures, when a pot breaks, they throw it away. But in the hands of God, the potter, the broken pieces are not discarded. He takes them, reshapes them, and breathes new design into them. You are not thrown away because of what cracked in you. Instead, you are being remade into something stronger, more purposeful, more radiant. Breaking also exposes what was hidden. Pressure reveals what lies beneath the surface. When life pressed you, what came out? Tears. Yes. Frustration. Yes. But also faith. Perseverance. A deeper hunger for good. This is why heaven trusted you. With that season, you carried something worth refining. And here's the promise. The ending of your breaking season marks the beginning of your rebuilding season. Just as the rain follows the drought, just as morning follows the night, your restoration is guaranteed. You will not carry fragments forever. You are stepping into the time when God Himself gathers the pieces and crafts something breathtaking. Do not despise the scars. They are proof you survived. They are proof that what tried to bury you could not hold you down. And soon, those same scars will become testimonies. You will look back and say, "That breaking season did not kill me. It birthed me." Oh, the breaking season also has a hidden mercy. It exposed who and what was truly for you. Notice how some people disappeared when you needed them most. That was not an accident. God allowed the breaking to reveal where loyalty ended and where true support began. Painful as it was, It freed you from attachments that could not walk with you into the next season. Picture a butterfly inside a cocoon. The struggle looks cruel. The cocoon squeezes, presses, confines. But that very struggle strengthens the wings, preparing them for flight. If someone tried to cut the butterfly free early, it would never fly. The breaking season was your cocoon, painful, suffocating at times, but necessary. And now, the cocoon splits, wings spread, flight begins. Chosen one, lift your head. The furnace has cooled. The chiseling has ceased. The winter has ended. The breaking is over. You are stepping into a new horizon where restoration, healing, and beauty will meet you at every turn. Do not fear that it will all fall apart again. The breaking season was specific, timed, and ordained. It has passed. The sun has risen over your valley, and you are walking out of the shadows into light. This is your time to breathe again. This is your time to rebuild. This is your time to live in the fullness of what was always promised to you. The breaking season has ended, and a new chapter has begun. Rest is a command, not a suggestion, not a luxury, not an afterthought. Heaven itself has spoken this over you. Rest. And yet, for so long, you have struggled to receive it. You carried the sword longer than you needed to. You stood guard even when God had already sent angels to watch over you. Your spirit was weary because you thought the battle depended on you. But hear me now, the season has shifted. The order has changed. Heaven is no longer asking you to fight, but to rest. Imagine a soldier who has marched for days, armor heavy, body aching, eyes stinging from lack of sleep. Then, the trumpet sounds, not the trumpet of war, but of victory. He doesn't need to keep swinging his sword. The commander says, "Lay it down. The battle is over." That's what God is speaking to you. Rest is not weakness, it is obedience. The Word of God reveals this clearly in the book of Matthew, chapter 11, verse 28. "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Do you hear it? Rest is a gift. Rest is an inheritance. Rest is a divine exchange. Your burdens for His peace. Your exhaustion for His strength. You do not have to earn it. You simply receive it. But the enemy tried to convince you that if you stop, everything will fall apart. That if you pause, you'll lose progress. That rest equals laziness. No. Rest is sacred. Rest is a weapon. Rest is trusting God enough to step back and say, "I believe you are in control even when I am still." Let me share a story. A man once worked night and day building his business. No holidays. No weekends. No pause. His health began to fail. His family grew distant. And yet he thought, "If I stop, I lose." But then his body gave out, forced to rest. He realized that the business did not collapse. In fact, in his stillness, new ideas flowed, relationships healed, and strength returned. He told me later, rest was not wasted time. It was the reason I could keep going. No, chosen one. Your rest is not wasted. It is worship. When you rest, you declare that God, not you, is the source of victory. Think of a farmer. He plows, he plants, he waters. But after that, He rests. He cannot force the seed to sprout. He cannot demand the rain to fall. His rest is trust. In the same way, you have already planted, you have already labored, and now the harvest is in God's hands. Rest is your act of faith. Picture a bow being pulled back. The tension is strong, the string stretched to its limit, but the release does not come while the hand keeps pulling harder. It comes when the hand lets go. Your rest is the release that allows God's arrow to fly farther than you ever could have forced it. And this is why I pause here to speak from my heart. If this word is feeding your spirit, if you feel the truth of rest stirring within you, I want to invite you gently, sincerely, to remain connected to this stream. Like a traveler walking with a guide, staying close matters. That's why I encourage you. Like this message, if it resonates, share it so another weary warrior can lay down their sword. And subscribe so you don't walk this journey alone. Not as a condition, not as pressure, but as an offering, a step of agreement. When you engage, it's like placing a lantern in the window of your soul, a light that signals, I am awake. I am ready. Just as sailors at sea look for lighthouse beams to guide them home, your simple act of connection becomes a guiding light for others who feel lost in the storm. You are not here by chance. You are here because heaven wanted to remind you, your work is done for this season. Now, prepare to rest. Rest is not just sleep, it is restoration. Rest is like a river washing the dust from your soul. Rest is like the soft soil receiving rain after a long drought. Rest is like a child leaning safely in the arms of a parent. No fear, no striving. That is the picture God is painting for you right now. And maybe this feels strange to you. Maybe you've been trained to keep hustling, to keep proving, to keep carrying. But the Spirit says, lay it down, trust me, watch what I will do while you rest. Think of a symphony. The music does not flow only because of sound, it flows because of silence between the notes. Without rest, the song would be chaos. Your life, too, requires rhythm. Without rest, your melody cannot shine. Heaven is tuning your heart back to harmony by commanding you to rest. Chosen one, rest is not a reward for finishing everything perfectly. Rest is part of the journey itself. When you rest, you give God room to work. When you rest, you let angels do what you cannot. When you rest, you allow healing to find you, blessings to locate you, have a favor to surround you. So, breathe, release, step into stillness. For the battle is not yours, it never was. It belongs to the Lord, and He has already declared the victory. Your part now is to rest, to receive, to prepare for the harvest that will surely come. This is your moment to exchange the weight of striving for the peace of God. This is the time to stretch out your hands and simply say, I receive. Heaven calls you not to fight, but to rest, and in that rest, everything you have longed for is already on its way. Completion is a holy word. It does not mean you will never grow again or face new challenges, but it means this season of endless proving has ended. You have finished what was assigned to you. Heaven has signed off the chapter, and a new one is unfolding before your eyes. For years you asked, when will this waiting end? The nights stretched long. Prayers seemed unanswered. and silence echoed louder than any voice. But what you did not realize was that heaven was quietly arranging every detail. The delays were not denial, they were preparation. The clock of eternity ticked until the exact second of release. And now, you stand at that threshold. I want you to think of a marathon runner. At the start, the energy is high, the pace steady, but toward the middle, the body screams. The legs grow heavy, the lungs burn, many drop out, but the one who endures to the end feels something sacred when crossing that finish line. The pain does not disappear, but it transforms into glory. That is where you are. You have reached the finish line of a grueling season, and heaven crowns your endurance. The prophet Haggai reminds us in chapter 2, verse 9, "The glory of this present house will be greater than the glory of the former house. And in this place I will grant peace, declares the Lord Almighty." And peace. That is the gift of completion. No longer fighting the same battles. No longer circling the same wilderness. No longer repeating the same tests. Peace enters. Not because nothing ever happens again, but because the assignment of that season is sealed. Think of it like a book. You do not keep rewriting the same chapter once it is finished. You turn the page. The ink dries, and though you may revisit it later for wisdom, you do not live there anymore. You are stepping into your new chapter. Fresh ink flowing, guided by the author of your soul. I once knew a woman who battled sickness for nearly a decade. Doctors could not explain why her body kept failing. Every hospital visit felt like a revolving door. But one day, she sensed a shift. She told me, "I can't explain it, but I know this cycle is over." Months later, her health was restored, her body strengthened, and the endless appointments ceased. She did not just recover physically, her spirit entered a season of completion. What once defined her story no longer held power. That same whisper of completion is over your life now. Completion also means reward. What you sowed in tears, you will reap in joy. Every sacrifice you thought went unseen is now weighed in heaven's balance. The labor, the waiting, the prayers, they were not wasted. They became currency in the courts of God. And He repays in ways no man can. Picture a weaver at a loom. For months, the fabric looks incomplete. Threads hanging loose, colors mismatched. But at the final pull of the thread, the pattern reveals itself. What looked chaotic becomes breathtaking. That is your life right now. The loose ends are being tied, the design revealed, the beauty unveiled. And here is the moment of activation. I want you to take a step of faith, not a loud step, not a dramatic one, but a symbolic one. Type the number 888 inches, the comments. Why? Because 8 is the number of new beginnings. 888 is heaven's emphasis. Your completion ushers in a beginning beyond beginnings. When you write it, you are declaring, the cycle is over. The page is turned. The new has begun. You are not typing digits. You are signing a covenant. Your comment becomes like a seal pressed into wax, marking the end of the old and the dawn of the new. Do not underestimate this prophetic act. In ancient times, people built altars to mark the moment of transition. They piled stones so future generations would know, here is where the Lord met me, by commenting Shmona or Shmonim Vishmona. You are stacking stones in the digital space, leaving a memorial that heaven will recognize. And every time you see it, your spirit will remember. That was the day I stepped into new beginnings. One, chosen one. Heaven is not teasing you. The weight you feel lifting, the quiet sense that something has shifted, that is not your imagination. It is the signal of completion. You are walking out of one door and into another. You are leaving behind a wilderness and stepping into a promised land. Let me leave you with one more image. Imagine a cocoon splitting open. The butterfly does not crawl back inside once the wings emerge. It does not mourn the shell that confined it. It spreads wide. It soars. It lives. That is your story. Completion means you do not have to return to the confinement that once held you. You are free. So breathe this truth in deeply. It is finished. The labor of this season is done. The new has come. And your declaration, your act of typing 888, is the echo of heaven's own decree over your life. Completion is not silence, it is transition. You may feel the strange calm after a storm, as if the air itself is lighter, as if colors look brighter. That is not your imagination. It is your spirit adjusting to freedom. When the shackles fall, the ankles still remember the weight, but soon they learn to dance again. Do not rush this moment. Let completion wash over you like waves, smoothing the shore after a raging tide. Every scar, every lesson, every tear has shaped you into someone unshakable. Now, you stand as a living witness that what ends in God always opens to greater beginnings. Remember, you are not stepping into emptiness. You are stepping into fullness. The page has turned. The ink is fresh. And heaven's author is already writing the next chapter of glory. Hold your head high, for the sound of a new dawn is rising, and you are walking into it clothed with peace, marked with promise, and crowned with completion. Your obedience is complete. You may not realize it, but what heaven asked of you in this last season has already been fulfilled. There were instructions whispered to your heart, and even when you felt weak, you obeyed. Even when no one clapped for you, you chose faithfulness. Even when you doubted yourself, you still took the step. That obedience has reached its fullness, and heaven has recorded it. Obedience is not always glamorous. Sometimes it looks like saying no when everyone else says yes. Sometimes it looks like giving when your hands feel empty. Sometimes it looks like standing still when every voice around you says, "Run." Your life is proof that obedience is not measured in the loud moments, but in the quiet decisions made when no one is watching. The Word of God confirms this in the first book of Samuel, chapter 15, verse 22. Does the Lord delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as much as in obeying the Lord? To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams. Notice what the scripture reveals. Obedience outweighs sacrifice. The world applauds big, dramatic gestures, but God honors the simple yes that costs you everything in silence. And you have given him that yes. Let me paint a picture. Imagine a key. Small, unimpressive, easily overlooked. Yet that tiny key opens massive doors. Obedience works the same way. What looks insignificant to others, choosing honesty, refusing compromise. Forgiving an offense becomes the key that unlocks new realms of favor and blessing in your life. I once spoke with a man who felt God asking him to quit a job that was draining his soul. It made no sense. He had bills, a family, responsibilities. Yet the whisper grew louder. Trust me. Step out. Trembling, he obeyed. Within weeks, a better opportunity opened. One that not only provided financially, but restored his joy. Looking back, he told me, the hardest yes unlocked the greatest gift. Your obedience functions the same way. It has already positioned you for what is next. Think about Noah. For years he built an ark when the skies were clear. People mocked him, called him foolish, laughed at his obedience. But when the rain came, the ark carried him into safety and destiny. Your quiet acts of obedience are the same. Ark misunderstood now, but soon to prove life-saving. There is a sacred rhythm in obedience. Each time you said yes, you added a stone to a path. Now that path is finished, leading you to a door you could not have reached otherwise. Heaven watched each step, each stone, and now says, it is complete. End of forming. Consider another image, a candle carried through a dark cave. Each step forward seems small, the flame vulnerable. Yet with every step, the cave becomes brighter. At the end, you turn around and see the entire path illuminated. That is your obedience. It did not just move you forward, it lit the way for others. And do not underestimate the weight of unseen obedience. Perhaps you think, I didn't do enough. I failed sometimes. Yet heaven saw the heart. Even when you stumbled, you got up again. Even when you doubted, you returned. Obedience is not about perfection. It is about persistence. The Father smiles at your persistence. Chosen one. Obedience is the language of trust. Every yes you gave said, I believe you more than I believe what I see. And God has heard that language clearly. It has reached completion. The beauty of completion is that it signals transition. You will no longer be asked to fight the same battles or repeat the same tests. That assignment is finished. A new instruction will come, but it will not be a repeat of the old. The season of testing that required your yes again and again has been fulfilled. Think of a student finishing exams. The study was intense, the questions difficult, the nights sleepless. But once the test is complete, the paper is handed in, and the student walks out with relief. That is you. You are walking out of the exam room of this season. The results are already stamped, approved. And here is what you must understand. Obedience attracts heaven's reward, not because you earned it, but because obedience aligns you with God's flow. When you stand under a waterfall, you cannot help but get drenched. When you stand in obedience, blessings cannot help but find you. Look back for a moment. Can you see how each yes has built your journey? That time you forgave when you could have sought revenge. That season you gave even when your hands were shaking. That moment you stayed when walking away seemed easier. Each one built the foundation you are standing on now. Without them, you would not be ready for the season opening before you. Chosen one. Obedience has prepared you. It has shaped your character, strengthened your spirit, and aligned your path. And now, heaven says, it is enough. It is complete. End of. Lift your head. Breathe deeply. This is not the time to strive for more approval. You already have heaven's approval. This is the time to receive, to walk forward, to trust that your yes has opened doors you cannot yet see. You have obeyed. You have endured. And now, the completion of that obedience becomes the platform of your new beginning. Completion of obedience feels like standing at the shoreline after a long voyage. The waves that once tossed your boat are now calm, and the horizon stretches wide with promise. You no longer row in desperation, you sail in peace. This moment is not the end of your story, but the confirmation that the foundation has been laid. Every step, every yes, every surrender has built a ground strong enough for heaven to construct something lasting. Now, let the winds of God carry you forward, for your obedience has already secured the next chapter of your destiny. Angels are changing guard. This is a mystery not many speak of. The Lorings erased. Yet you are living it right now. For seasons, certain angels were assigned to walk with you through battles, through nights of warfare, through deserts where you thought you would not survive. Their mission was to cover you in times of testing. But now, the season has shifted. The watch has changed. New angels step forward, messengers, not of battle but of rest, not of survival but of reward. Think of a castle wall in ancient days. Soldiers would stand at their post through the long night, watching, alert, carrying the weight of vigilance. When the dawn broke, the horn would sound, and a fresh guard would take their place. The old guard was not failing, they were simply finished. Their assignment had been completed. The new watch began. That is the picture over your life now. For years, heaven's angels were positioned to shield you from destruction. You were attacked, but you were not consumed. You were pressed, but you were not crushed. You were wounded, but never destroyed. Why? Because angels kept their post around you. And now, as the season of warfare closes, a new assignment begins. Scripture affirms this reality in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. Oh, it is not random. It is not selective. It is commanded. When God shifts your season, he also shifts the angelic assignment around you. The same way a king sends different envoys for war and for peace. Heaven has now dispatched angels who carry the fragrance of rest and the provision of blessing. Imagine a battlefield after the fighting ends. Smoke clears. Swords are lowered. The dust settles. Then, attendants walk in, not with armor, but with bandages, water, and food. They tend to the weary, bind up wounds, and restore strength. That is what is happening for you in the Spirit. Angels of refreshing step into place. You are not abandoned after battle. You are cared for. I remember speaking to someone who had survived a tragic accident. They told me, I should not be alive. I know angels carried me, and they were right. In that season, their guardians were warriors. But later, they felt an unusual peace flood their life. The same angels who once shielded them from death now seem to usher in restoration, open doors, and joy. This change of guard is what you are stepping into. Think of it like an orchestra. Different instruments play at different times. The trumpet may sound loudly during the march, but then it quiets as the violins rise with gentle harmony. The music changes, not because the trumpet failed, but because the song shifted. Heaven's orchestra over your life has shifted its sound. What once required trumpet blasts of war now flows with the strings of peace. Chosen one, let this truth settle deep. You are surrounded. Even now, though unseen, new angels stand at your side. They bring scrolls of instruction, bags of provision, and songs of peace. They carry not only protection, but also guidance. You will begin to sense unusual clarity, sudden strength, fresh ideas, and even unexpected favor. These are not coincidences. They are the fingerprints of heaven's new guard. There is also a dignity in this. The changing of the guard is always ceremonial, never sloppy. Impalacis. It is done with precision, honor, and reverence. Heaven treats you with the same dignity. Your shift is marked by divine order. Nothing has been left to chance. The handover has been completed, and the watch over you is stronger than ever. Think of a weary traveler walking through a forest. Through the night, a guide with a torch leads them through treacherous terrain. At dawn, another guide arrives, carrying maps, food, and rest. The first did not abandon them. It was simply time for the second to lead. You are that traveler. Heaven has sent a new guide for your dawn. And do not miss this. When angels change guard, it is always a sign of destiny moving forward. The old battles no longer define you. The wilderness is behind you. The journey ahead requires new strategies, new strength, new support. That is why heaven shifts the angelic presence, because your story has advanced to a new chapter. Lift your spirit and breathe deeply. You are not alone, and you never were. From the moment you were born, heaven's guard surrounded you. Through every storm, every night, every valley, they stood watch. And now, new guardians step in, not because the old ones failed, but because your season requires a new dimension of covering. So walk forward with confidence. Rest your shoulders. Open your hands. You are covered. You are guided. And you are protected. The change of guard has already happened, and it is the sign that heaven is preparing you for glory yet to come. Pause for a moment and imagine the scene. The night watch salutes, stepping aside with honor, and the morning guard takes their place. The shift is seamless, yet powerful. That is how heaven has arranged your protection. You never go uncovered, never left vulnerable, for even a breath. The exchange is precise, like gears in a great clock, ensuring time moves forward without missing a beat. This is why peace has begun to rest on you in ways you cannot explain. You feel lighter, calmer, as though an unseen hand steadies your steps. That is not accident. It is the ministry of the new guard. So, walk into tomorrow without trembling. The shadows of yesterday's war are gone. The angels standing around you now are not preparing you for battle, but for blessing. Let your heart rest in that assurance. The watch has changed. The path is safe, and your journey continues under the unbroken gaze of heaven. Your silence has spoken. For many years, people thought you were weak because you did not retaliate. They assumed you were passive because you walked away rather than fight back. What they never understood was that your silence thundered louder in heaven than any argument could on earth. There is a kind of strength that does not raise its voice. It waits. It watches. It trusts. That is the strength you carried in hidden places. Every time you held your tongue instead of cursing back, You declared with your silence that you trusted God to defend you, and He did not ignore it. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Proverbs, chapter 17, verse 28, "Even fools are thought wise, if they keep silent, and discerning, if they hold their tongues." Your silence was not emptiness, it was wisdom. It became a shield, a barrier between you and destruction. When others wasted energy in gossip, you preserved yours in prayer. When others fought to prove their worth, you let God speak for you. And though they mocked, your restraint planted seeds that heaven has already watered. Think of a courtroom. The accused may sit silent while the lawyer argues on their behalf. The silence is not weakness. It is confidence that someone greater is defending them. You were seated in that courtroom of life. Yet, while heaven's advocate Christ himself spoke on your behalf. I knew a young man once who was mocked for his faith. At work, his colleagues taunted him, twisted his words, tried to provoke a reaction, but he refused to lash out. Years later, when tragedy struck one of those very colleagues, who did they call for prayer? Him. The silence they mocked became the credibility they needed. That is the power of silence. It turns into testimony. Your silence has been like fertile soil. Though invisible, it has nurtured unseen roots of strength, patience, and endurance. Soon, the fruit of that silence will appear. And now, I want you to anchor this truth with a declaration. Type these words in the comments. Silent but strong. Why? Because when you write it, you remind yourself and announce to the unseen world that your silence is not weakness but strategy. It is not neglect but obedience. You resisted the trap of empty battles and trusted God to be your voice. Each time you see your own words written, silent but strong, you will remember, heaven heard every unspoken prayer, and the strength of your silence has already shifted your story. When you write the words, silent but strong, you are taking ownership of one of the greatest weapons God has given you. Silence is not the absence of power, it is the expression of discipline. Many people speak quickly, argue endlessly, and waste energy defending themselves. But silence requires strength, because silence requires trust. It is the deep conviction that God's voice will thunder louder than your own. Think of Jesus before Pilate. Accusations flew from every side. False witnesses twisted his words. Yet the Gospels record that he often remained silent. That silence was not weakness, it was authority. By not answering to men, he showed he only answered to the Father. Your silence carries the same spirit. When you chose not to fight battles beneath you, you declared, I do not answer to noise, I answer to heaven. Lo, silent but strong means you understand timing. Farmers do not dig up seeds every day to check if they are growing. They plant, they cover, they wait. The silence of the soil does not mean nothing is happening. Beneath the surface, roots are stretching, life is forming. Your silence has been the soil where patience, faith, and perseverance have been cultivated. Soon, the harvest will reveal what your restraint protected. Consider also the ocean. On the surface, it may look calm, almost still, but beneath, powerful currents move with unstoppable force. That is the essence of silent but strong. People may mistake your quietness for inactivity, but beneath the still surface, God's Spirit in you has been moving, shaping, and positioning. I remember hearing the story of a woman in her church who was constantly overlooked. She did not argue for positions, did not fight for recognition. She served quietly, prayed faithfully, and stayed hidden. Years later, when leadership needed someone trustworthy, her name was the first on everyone's lips. Why? Because her silence had built credibility. Her strength was not in demanding recognition, but in carrying it with humility until the right moment came. When you declare, silent but strong, you are choosing to see silence as protection. Think of a fortress with gates closed. The walls are not shouting, yet they keep enemies out. Your silence has been a fortress. Every time you chose not to respond in anger, you kept the enemy from dragging you into battles that would have drained your spirit. And understand this: silence has not gone unnoticed. Heaven has heard every word you did not speak. Heaven has seen every battle you chose not to fight. Heaven has collected every tear you did not show others. And now, heaven is ready to reveal the strength that has been maturing in your silence. Silent but strong also points forward. It is not just about what you endured, but how you will walk in the days ahead. There will be more moments where silence is the highest wisdom. Not every provocation deserves your response. Not every invitation to conflict requires your attention. As you walk higher, your silence will protect your energy for the battles that truly matter. Let me give you one final image. Picture a mountain. It does not argue with the wind. It does not shout at the storms. It stands silent. And yet, its very presence shapes the weather, changes the flow of rivers, and commands respect. That is who you are becoming. Your silence will shape atmospheres, not by noise, but by presence. So let the words, silent but strong, become your reminder. Whisper them when you feel misunderstood. Write them when the urge to argue rises. Hold them close when the enemy tempts you to waste strength on distractions. For these words are not just a comment on a screen, they are a mantle over your life. In your silence, you have been strong, and in your strength, you are about to see the victory that noise could never win. Divine exchange begins. The air around you feels different because heaven has shifted its posture. Where you once endured testing, you now step into reward. Where the lessons were hard and the nights were long, now comes the unveiling of promises, long stored for you. Heaven is not only observing your endurance, it is pouring into your empty hands. Exchange is a holy principle. Throughout Scripture, God has shown His people that He never allows emptiness to remain empty. Ashes turn to beauty. Mourning turns to joy. Weakness turns to strength. Poverty of spirit turns into the riches of His presence. Your life has reached that turning point where what was taken from you will be exchanged with what only God can give. Think of a market at dawn. Traders come with baskets of grain, fabrics, spices. They bring what they have and exchange it for what they need. In the same way, heaven invites you to bring your weariness, your tears, your scars, and to exchange them for joy, peace, and restoration. This is not a transaction of money, it is a transaction of trust. The Word of God proclaims in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 3, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. Your ashes are not wasted. They are the very evidence that you are ready for the crown. Your tears are not forgotten. They are the oil that will be turned into joy. Your heaviness is not a curse. It is the fabric out of which a garment of praise will be woven. I once met a woman who had lost nearly everything: her family, her home, her stability. She told me, "I felt like I was walking in ashes." But as she clung to God, slowly she began to see restoration. A new community, a place to live, a renewed sense of hope. Years later, she said, "Those ashes became the soil of my new beginning." Chosen one, your story echoes hers. Exchange is already happening. Picture a forest after a fire. The ground looks black, charred, lifeless. Yet within weeks, green shoots push through the soil. Wildflowers bloom brighter than before. Scientists say certain seeds only germinate after fire. They require heat to crack open. Your fire did not destroy you. It activated the seeds within you. And now, heaven is bringing beauty from your ashes. Exchange is also like a symphony. The opening movements may be heavy, slow, full of tension. But as the music flows, new instruments enter. Melodies rise, and the heaviness gives way to triumph. Your life has been in the minor key for too long. The conductor of heaven is lifting his hand, signaling a change in tempo. And the triumphant section begins. And this is why I pause to invite you gently, sincerely. If these words resonate with you, if you feel this divine exchange stirring in your spirit, then like this message, share it, so another weary soul may find hope. And subscribe, so you remain connected to this river of encouragement, not as pressure, not as condition, but as a voluntary step of agreement. Think of it like planting a flower in the soil. Each like, each share. Each subscription is not about numbers. It is about planting seeds that will bloom as testimonies in lives you may never meet. Your act becomes part of the divine exchange itself. You receive encouragement, and you pass it forward to others. Consider another image: a tired traveler carrying a heavy backpack. Inside are stones of regret, fear, and exhaustion. At the checkpoint, someone says, "Give me your stones, and I'll give you bread and water instead." That is what heaven offers now. Your burden for his provision, your heaviness for his nourishment. Exchange also happens in silence, like a breath drawn deep after a long cry, like a dawn breaking after a storm. No words needed, only presence. Heaven is already moving in these quiet exchanges, moments where you suddenly feel lighter, where tears turn into laughter without explanation, where peace comes like a warm blanket over your shoulders. Chosen one, you stand in a sacred transaction. The scales are shifting. What you gave in pain is returning as strength. What you released in surrender is returning as reward. What you lost in darkness is returning as light. So, lift your head. Stretch out your hands. The exchange is happening even now. Heaven is pouring into you what you could never buy, never earn, never achieve by striving. It is the beauty of grace, the overflow of love, the abundance of promise. You have endured the ashes, the mourning, the despair. Now receive the crown, the oil, the garment. This is your divine exchange. Pause here and imagine it. Your hands once covered in ash, now lifted, open, clean. Where there was the smell of smoke, Now there is the fragrance of oil. Where there was heaviness pressing down like a stone, now there is a garment flowing around you, light as the wind. This is not fantasy, it is heaven's promise unfolding. Every exchange leaves you changed. You cannot walk away carrying the same weight you brought in. You step out with new strength, new peace, new clarity. So let your spirit whisper, even now, I receive the exchange. And watch how heaven responds, not with delay, but with abundance overflowing into every hidden corner of your life. The law of reaping is unshakable. It does not bend to opinion, nor does it collapse under circumstance. What is sown must return multiplied. You may think of all the seasons where you poured out and saw little come back. You may remember nights where generosity felt wasted, where kindness seemed unnoticed, where prayers felt unanswered. But heaven's system is not broken. It only waits for the appointed time. For years you have sown in faith, sometimes with trembling hands, sometimes with weary eyes. You sowed forgiveness into those who betrayed you. You sowed patience into moments when you could have retaliated. You sowed compassion into hearts that gave nothing back. Each of those seeds was not forgotten. They were placed into the soil of eternity, where no thief can steal and no rust can decay. The Apostle Paul wrote these words in his letter to the Galatians. Chapter 6, verse 9. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. End 1. There it is, the law, the assurance, the timing. At the proper time, not your time, not their time, but God's. And when the moment comes, the harvest will not merely match your sowing, it will exceed it. Think of a farmer in a remote village. He plants rice seeds so tiny they almost slip through his fingers. He covers them with mud, invisible to the eye. Weeks pass. The ground looks empty. The villagers laugh. Where is your harvest? But the farmer waits, because he knows the seed never dies. When the season is right, the fields burst into waves of gold, more than what was planted. That is your story. Your patience is not wasted. Your tears have watered the soil. Your obedience has planted more than you realize. Soon, the harvest will push through. Undeniable. Unstoppable. Consider this. When you forgave the unforgivable, you solved mercy. That mercy will return to you at a moment you least expect, shielding you from judgment you did not even see coming. When you gave your last to help another, you sowed generosity. That generosity is on its way back to you, multiplied, pressed down, shaken together, running over. I once knew a man who gave away his only car to help a struggling family. For years he walked everywhere, often ridiculed by others who said he was foolish. But one day, without asking, a stranger blessed him with not one, but 2 vehicles. He said through tears, "I never thought my seed would return this way." Heaven always keeps record. Seeds of prayer are the most powerful. Every whispered plea, every midnight cry, every sigh too deep for words, they are all seeds. You may think they vanished into the ceiling, but heaven stored them in jars, and in due time, those jars overflow. The harvest comes not as isolated answers, but as floods of breakthrough. Think also of kindness. Perhaps you smiled at someone in their darkest hour without knowing it. Perhaps you gave a word of encouragement when you yourself were broken. Those seeds planted in hidden moments are already sprouting in the unseen. The harvest may return through someone else's hands, in a place unexpected, but it will find you. The law of reaping is not limited by geography or people. If one person rejects your seed, heaven will redirect the harvest through another. What is ordained for you cannot be blocked. The harvest has a spiritual GPS. It knows your name, your address, your season. Picture rain clouds, heavy with water. They may hover, waiting, seeming delayed. But when the weight is too much, they break open and drench the ground. That is your harvest. It has been building, gathering, pressing until the moment of release. Soon, it will pour, and you will not have room to contain it. Do not despise the waiting. Waiting is the incubation period of miracles. Just as a child forms unseen in the womb, your harvest is forming in silence. Every day of waiting makes it stronger, fuller, more complete. And when it arrives, it will testify that not a single seed was wasted. You have been faithful in sowing. You will be joyful in reaping. The God who established the law of seed time and harvest has not forgotten his own. The reaping is near, and it will be greater than you ever dreamed. Stand still for a moment and picture a vast field at sunrise. For so long, the soil looked barren, cracked by the heat of waiting. But now the horizon glows with golden light, and the stalks sway heavy with grain. You hear the rustle of abundance. You smell the fragrance of harvest, and you know the time has come. This is what your spirit has longed for. Every sacrifice, every hidden prayer, every unnoticed act of kindness has grown into this moment. You will not walk away empty-handed. You will not leave the field disappointed. The Lord of the harvest has seen your labor, and he has already commanded the yield to find you. Harvest is not only about provision, it is also about vindication. Those who doubted, those who mocked, those who said, "Nothing will come from this life," will witness the fruit. They will see that your quiet sowing, though hidden, was never in vain. The harvest will speak louder than explanations, stronger than arguments, brighter than denial. So lift your head. The baskets are being filled. The grain is ready for gathering. Joy is rising like the morning sun, and your arms will carry what your heart once only dreamed. The reaping has begun, and the field is yours to walk in freely. There are moments when heaven asks you to act not with words, not with effort, but with signs. Symbols have always carried weight in the kingdom. Stones stacked in the desert became memorials. Oil poured on a king's head became a seal of authority. Bread and wine became eternal reminders of covenant. And now, heaven is inviting you to mark this moment with a number, a prophetic act that declares you are stepping fully into the promise prepared for you. Completion, rest, and reward have been spoken over you. But the Spirit also calls you to align with the rhythm of heaven by acknowledging the shift publicly, even if it feels small. What you release in faith always multiplies in impact. The Word of God declares in the book of Job, chapter 5, verse 24, "You will know that your tent is secure. You will take stock of your property and find nothing missing." This is the picture. Security, preservation, restoration. Nothing missing, nothing stolen, nothing wasted. And to step into that promise, I am asking you to mark this moment in faith. Type the number 1111 inches the comments. Why 1111? Because it is the number of alignment, of standing at the threshold of new order. Imagine 4 pillars standing tall, perfectly straight, unshaken by wind or storm. That is the picture of your life right now. Heaven is saying, I have aligned you. I have secured you. I have brought you into balance. Oh, when you write 1111, you are saying, I agree with heaven's alignment. You are declaring, my tent is secure. My life is steady. My steps are ordered. And do not underestimate this act. Prophetic numbers are not superstition. They are reminders. They work like memorial stones, like carved marks on the journey, saying, here is where heaven met me. Oh, think of a compass needle finding true north. For a time, it may wobble, pulled by distractions or shaken by hands, but eventually it steadies, points straight, and guides the traveler safely. That is what alignment means. You may have wobbled, been shaken, been confused, but now your compass points true. Heaven has aligned you. I once knew a man who struggled for years with instability. Jobs would come and go. Relationships would start and collapse. Peace never stayed long. Then he began to lean fully into God's direction, making small, consistent acts of obedience. He told me later, it was as if the chaos suddenly stopped, and everything began to click into place. His story is your story. Alignment has begun. Picture the gears inside a clock. For hours, you only see the hands moving on the face, not understanding the complexity inside. But when every gear locks into place, the time is kept perfectly. That is your life. Heaven has aligned the unseen gears, and now your steps will keep perfect time with destiny. Chosen one. Your alignment is not fragile. It is not temporary. It is commanded by heaven, just as the stars remain in place, just as the sun rises on schedule, just as the tides obey the moon. So too your life is being drawn into divine rhythm. When you type 1111, you are not begging for alignment. You are declaring what is already true. You are saying, I step into order. I accept the balance. I receive the stability of heaven. Oh, and understand this, alignment brings rest. No more striving to fit pieces together. No more confusion about whether you are in the right place. When God aligns, peace flows. Your decision becomes clearer. Your path steadier. Your heart calmer. Think of a symphony orchestra tuning before a concert. The sound is chaotic, each instrument playing its own note. But when the conductor lifts his hand, every sound aligns into harmony. That shift from noise to music is what is happening inside of you. And here is what alignment releases: protection. Your tent is secure. Says the scripture, the enemy cannot steal what has been sealed. What was fragile is now fortified. What was scattered is now gathered. Your life no longer feels like scattered puzzle pieces. You are becoming the picture God intended all along. So I tell you again, type 1111. Let your fingers be the act of faith. Let your comment be the memorial stone. And as you do, believe this truth: your life is aligned. Your tent is secure. Your harvest is protected. Chosen one. You have been through chaos, through seasons of imbalance, through days of uncertainty. But now, heaven declares the shaking is over. Alignment has come. Own. Rest in that. Celebrate it. Declare it. For this is not just another day. This is the day of alignment. The day of security. The day of completion turned into promise. You are aligned. You are secure. You are ready. When you type 1111, you are not just pressing numbers on a screen, you are stepping into a prophetic picture. 4 lines. Standing tall. Perfectly parallel. They do not lean. They do not bend. They do not break. That is the image of stability and order. It speaks of foundations that cannot be shaken and a future that cannot be stolen. Alignment means your spirit, your mind, and your path have come into agreement with heaven's rhythm. For so long, you may have felt pulled in many directions, as if your life was scattered like leaves in the wind. But now, the wind shifts. Instead of scattering, it gathers. Instead of confusion, there is clarity. Think of railroad tracks stretching toward the horizon. They are straight, unwavering, secure. A train can move swiftly only when the tracks are aligned. In the same way, your life is set on a path where acceleration is possible. Misalignment once slowed you down, but now your steps will carry you farther, faster, with less effort, because heaven has set the tracks in place. So let 1111 be your seal, your anchor, your declaration. Each time you see it, remember, my tent is secure, my steps are steady, my life is aligned with the purposes of God. Oh, enemies witness your table. You may not see it yet, but heaven is preparing a feast in the very presence of those who opposed you. This is not about revenge. It is not about gloating. It is about demonstration. When God elevates you, He does it in such a way that even your enemies cannot deny His hand upon your life. For years you endured whispers behind your back, accusations that cut deep, and eyes that rolled when you spoke of faith. Some doubted your calling. Others mocked your dreams. They thought your waiting was proof of failure. But the same stage where they once dismissed you will become the platform where heaven honors you. The writings of David remind us in the book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 5, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows." Enter. Notice the sequence. First, the table. Then, the anointing. Then, the overflow. The presence of enemies does not cancel the feast, it confirms it. Their eyes are witnesses to the glory of God resting upon you. Imagine a banquet hall. Long tables are draped with rich cloth, cups overflowing with wine, plates filled with delicacies. Guests gather, and at the head of the table sits the honored one. That honored one is you. God Himself is the host. The enemies are not invited to eat. They are commanded to watch. The table is your vindication, and the oil upon your head is your distinction. I once heard a testimony of a man who was ridiculed for starting a small business. People in his community laughed, saying, "He will fail in months." Years later, that same man's business expanded beyond anything imagined, and those who mocked him, they came asking for work. He did not gloat, he helped them. That is what it means for enemies to witness your table. It is not a triumph of ego. but a display of God's faithfulness. Think also of Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, imprisoned for crimes he never committed. But when the famine struck, those same brothers bowed before him in Egypt. The table was set. Joseph's response was not cruelty, but compassion. What you meant for evil, God meant for good. Your story carries the same pattern. The table is not only provision, it is restoration. For every place you were denied, the table welcomes you. For every moment you were mocked, the table honors you. For every time you were left hungry, the table feeds you. It is heaven's way of saying, "My child lacked nothing," even when the world tried to strip them bare. End of crew. Picture a courtroom again. The judge declares you innocent, but he does not stop there. He invites you to his home, seats you at his family table, and serves you from his own hands. That is the scandal of grace. It does not merely acquit, it elevates. Your enemies will not understand it, but they will not be able to deny it. The oil upon your head will shine too brightly. The abundance in your cup will flow too freely. The joy on your face will glow too clearly. They may not like it, but they will see it, and that sight is enough. Chosen one, release the urge to fight for your own table. You do not need to carve your own seat or demand your own recognition. Heaven is the host. He chooses the guest of honor, and he has chosen you. Think of a shepherd leading his flock into a meadow after a long trek through wilderness. The grass is green, the stream flows clear, and the sheep finally rest. That meadow is your table, prepared not in secrecy, but in full view of those who thought you would never arrive. Your cup will not merely be filled, it will overflow. Enough for you, enough for those around you, enough even for those who once opposed you. That is the paradox of grace. Your table becomes a source of life, not only for friends, but even for enemies. Lift your heart, for the host is arranging the banquet. The oil is ready, the cup is poured, the table is set. Soon, you will sit in the place heaven prepared, and every enemy, every doubter, every critic will have no choice but to watch the goodness of God overflow in your life. Picture a table glowing with light in the middle of a dark valley. Around you, shadows stretch long, voices of doubt whisper, and memories of rejection echo. Yet there in the center stands a feast, candles flickering, cups brimming, bread warm and fresh. That light does not come from the valley, it comes from heaven. The darker the surroundings, the brighter your table shines. Your enemies may stand at the edges of the valley, stunned and silent. They once predicted your fall, but now they can only watch your rising. The aroma of your feast travels far, reaching even those who once turned their backs on you. The sight of your overflowing cup is not just for you. It becomes a testimony that no hand can shut what God has opened. Think of it like a lighthouse on the rocks. Ships once mocked its lonely position. Yet when storms raged, every sailor sought its light. Your table is that lighthouse positioned in plain sight, guiding others who once overlooked you. And this feast is not temporary. It is not one night of glory that fades by morning. It is a covenant meal, renewed daily by God's own hand. Each time you sit at this table, you are reminded, I am chosen, I am provided for, I am anointed. No enemy can cancel that truth. and no shadow can extinguish that light. No more striving. These words may sound unusual in a world that tells you to hustle harder, push further, and prove yourself endlessly, but heaven speaks a different language. Striving belongs to those who believe everything depends on them. Rest belongs to those who trust that everything depends on God. You are being invited out of the restless grind into the rhythm of grace. For so long, you carried the weight of expectation from others, expectation from yourself, and even false expectations you thought God demanded of you. You believed that if you prayed longer, fasted harder, worked tirelessly, you might finally prove worthy. But God's whisper comes to you now: stop striving. You were never meant to earn what has already been given. And the Apostle Paul writes in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 2, verse 8, "For it is by grace you have been saved, through faith. And this is not from yourselves. It is the gift of God. And grace cannot be earned. It cannot be bought. It cannot be demanded. It can only be received. And yet, so often we try to add to grace as if it were not enough. We strive to perform, to polish, to perfect. But heaven's voice says to you now, you are already mine. Your worth was settled at the cross. Nothing you add or subtract can change it. Arlen, imagine a child learning to swim. Fear tells them to thrash wildly, arms flailing, water splashing everywhere. But thrashing only exhausts them. True floating begins when they learn to release, to trust the water beneath them. That is the life of faith, trusting God's grace to hold you, not your frantic effort to keep yourself afloat. Your life has been full of thrashing seasons, running from expectation to expectation, pushing yourself to exhaustion, trying to hold everything together. But the invitation now is to float, to release, to rest. I once knew a woman who worked tirelessly in ministry. She said yes to every request, poured herself out day after day, until her body broke. Lying in a hospital bed, she heard God whisper, "You are not loved because you serve. You are loved because you are mine." That revelation changed everything. She returned to ministry with joy, not burden. She stopped striving and began abiding. Her fruit multiplied, not because she worked harder, but because she worked from rest. Striving is rooted in fear, fear of not being enough, fear of missing out, fear of being left behind. But perfect love drives out fear. The moment you realize you are already loved, already chosen, already accepted, striving loses its power. Think of a tree by the river. It does not strain to bear fruit. It does not clench its branches and groan. It simply abides in the soil, drinks from the river, and fruit comes naturally in its season. That is your life when you stop striving. Fruit will appear, not forced, not manufactured, but birthed from abiding. And notice how striving blinds us. When you strive, you cannot see clearly. Every delay feels like rejection. Every silence feels like abandonment. But when you rest, your eyes open. You begin to see that the delays were protection. The silences were preparation. The waiting was incubation. Striving also isolates. It convinces you that no one else understands, that you alone carry the weight. But rest reconnects. Rest allows you to see that heaven has always carried you, and that you were never meant to hold the burden alone. Consider this. Jesus himself never lived in striving. He walked slowly, intentionally. Crowds pressed around him, yet he stopped for one woman with an issue of blood. He paused to touch blind eyes. He withdrew often to pray, to rest, to abide in the Father. If the Son of God chose rest over striving, how much more should you? Your striving ends not because you quit, but because you finally trust. Trust is the soil of miracles. Trust is the key to peace. Trust is the doorway into abundance. Picture a harp string tightened too far. At first, the sound is sharp. Then it snaps. Striving is that snapping string, too much pressure, too much demand. But when tuned correctly, the string produces harmony. Your life is being tuned right now, released from the snapping tension of striving into the harmony of grace. I want you to remember this. Striving is slavery. Rest is freedom. Israel strove in Egypt under Pharaoh, building bricks without straw, sweating under the sun. But God led them into a land where vineyards already grew and houses already stood. The promise was never built by striving. It was inherited by grace. You, too, are stepping into inheritance. Not earned, but given. Not forced, but received. And this shift will touch every part of your life. Your work will carry peace. Your prayers will carry ease. Your relationships will breathe grace. No more striving to please. No more striving to prove. No more striving to survive. You are free. Think of the dawn. The sun does not strive to rise. It simply obeys its Creator's command. The light spreads. Unstoppable. Natural. Beautiful. That is how your life will now unfold, effortless radiance, born not of striving, but of alignment. Chosen one. Your striving ends here. Step out of the cycle. Lay down the weight. Let heaven remind you, you are loved. You are chosen. You are enough. Oh, no more striving. Only resting, trusting, and abiding. And from that place, everything you ever hoped for will flow naturally. Like rivers from a mountain spring, it is like standing at the edge of a river after years of dragging buckets through the desert. No more digging. No more straining, just lowering your hands into flowing water. That is what rest feels like. It is not idleness, it is abundance without anxiety. From this moment forward, let every breath remind you, you are carried, not crushed. The current of grace holds you steady. You no longer need to wrestle for what has already been given. The striving is finished, and the song of rest has begun to play over your life. The crown of completion rests upon your head, not a crown made of gold that fades, nor of jewels that lose their shine, but a crown woven from every tear, every prayer, every moment you refuse to quit. This crown is invisible to the eyes of the world, yet in the spirit it shines brighter than any earthly throne. For years, you felt stripped, humbled, reduced to nothing. Yet all along, heaven was shaping you for this moment. The crown is not given at the start of the race. It is awarded when the course has been run, when the endurance is proven, when the heart has stood unbroken through trial. You are standing at that finish line now, not as the exhausted victim of a battle, but as the crowned victor of a season completed. The Apostle Paul wrote in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8, "Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who long for his appearing. Do you feel it? This is not the crown of the world, which is fragile, shallow, temporary. This is the crown of righteousness, reserved for those who endured the weight of trials without letting go of faith. Think of a tree that has weathered countless storms. Its branches are scarred, its bark is rough, but its roots go deep. When the sky clears, that tree does not look polished, but it stands majestic. That is your crown, the proof that you stood. Even when the winds howled, your crown is not about boasting, it is about recognition. Heaven recognizes you. Angels recognize you. Even the forces of darkness recognize that you carry something on your head that cannot be removed. I once spoke with a woman who survived years of hardship, illness, betrayal, financial collapse. At the end of her story, she said, "I don't look like what I've been through. That is the crown at work. You will carry dignity even in places that once knew your shame." Picture an athlete at the Olympics. The race is long. The sweat pours. The body aches. But when the medal is placed on their neck, all pain is swallowed by glory. Your crown works the same way. It redeems the pain of the journey, making the struggle worth it. And now, let me speak from my heart to yours. You may feel the weight of this word pressing close. You may feel the gentle touch of heaven placing that invisible crown upon your head. And I want to invite you without pressure, without demand, to acknowledge it. If this message resonates with you, let your agreement shine outward, like this message, as a symbol of lifting your head. Share it as a way of passing the crown's light to another weary soul. Subscribe so you can continue walking this path together. And in the comments, write the words, "I choose my crown." End, not as duty, not as command, but as a beautiful act of recognition, like a knight kneeling to receive his coronation. Your engagement is the bowing of your heart before God, saying, "Yes, I receive what you have already placed upon me." Now, when you like, it is as if you polish the crown's edges, letting it gleam brighter. When you share, it is like offering another soul a glimpse of their own crown waiting for them. When you subscribe, it is like joining a royal procession, marching together with other crowned ones. And when you comment, "I choose my crown," you are not just typing words, you are placing it firmly on your head and saying, "This belongs to me, and I will not take it off." No, think of a crown as more than ornament. It is authority. It is inheritance. It is the sign that you are no longer a servant bowing under shame, but a child of the King, walking in dignity. The crown says, "You are chosen. You are secure. You are ready." No, do not shrink from this. Do not say, "I am unworthy." Worthiness was never the condition, faithfulness was. And you have been faithful. The crown is yours. Chosen one. Wear it boldly. Walk with it proudly, not with arrogance, but with gratitude, for the world may not see it, but heaven does, and that is enough. Your season of completion has ended with coronation. The battle gave way to reward. The night gave way to morning. And now, the crown rests securely upon your head. When you type the words, "I choose my crown," you are not claiming something fragile or temporary. You are claiming a truth sealed in eternity. Crowns in the world are passed from one ruler to another, stolen in battles, or tarnished by time. But your crown is eternal, forged in the fire of trials you endured and polished by the tears you shed in silence. Think of it like a torch being lit in a relay. The flame did not start with you, it comes from heaven itself. But when you declare, "I choose my crown," you take hold of that flame, lifting it high, saying, "I will not hide my light." Your crown is both a symbol of survival and a declaration of destiny. Imagine looking in the mirror after years of struggle and finally seeing not the scars, not the exhaustion, but the glow of someone crowned with glory. That reflection is what heaven sees even now. You may still feel ordinary, but heaven calls you extraordinary. You may still see weakness, but heaven crowns you with strength. So let this moment settle deeply. Choosing your crown is choosing to walk differently. No more bowing under shame. No more hiding your light. No more believing the lies that say you are unworthy. The crown is yours. Wear it boldly. Live it freely. And let the world see what heaven has already placed upon you. Hidden victories remembered. So much of your journey has been invisible to others. The world celebrates public triumphs, the graduation, the promotion, the award. But heaven does not measure as men do. Heaven keeps record of victories that unfolded in silence, when no applause echoed, when no one was watching but God. How many times did you walk away from an argument when you could have unleashed every word inside you? How many nights did you pray for someone who hurt you, even while your own heart was bleeding? How many mornings did you rise and keep going, though despair whispered that staying in bed would be easier? These are victories no one clapped for, but heaven did. The scriptures assure us in the book of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 4, "Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you." This promise does not expire. The Father who saw your hidden obedience has not forgotten every whispered prayer, every unseen choice. Every private surrender has been counted as a triumph in heaven's book. The reward is not always immediate, but it is certain. Imagine a ledger kept by angels. Every line filled with your small victories. Chose forgiveness today. Resisted temptation. Encouraged someone in need. Trusted God despite fear. That ledger is not symbolic, it is real. And the day comes when those hidden victories are remembered publicly, transforming into honor, into favor, into breakthrough. I recall a young man who spent years battling an addiction. Each day was a war. Each choice to stay sober, a silent triumph. Friends mocked his struggles, thinking him weak. But heaven knew better. One day, after years of perseverance, his story became a testimony, inspiring many who had lost hope. His hidden victories became public light. So often, victories are disguised as failures to the human eye. When you let go of a toxic relationship, people may have thought you were abandoned, but heaven recorded victory. When you lost a job rather than compromise your values, the world said failure. Heaven wrote victory. Think of David before he faced Goliath. Everyone saw the giant slayer, but heaven remembered the boy in the fields, killing lions and bears when no one cheered. Those hidden victories became the foundation for the public one. The same is true of you. The strength you showed in private is the preparation for what heaven is about to reveal in public. Consider a seed again. hidden beneath the earth. It pushes against darkness, breaks its shell, and reaches for the unseen light. No one claps for the cracking of the seed, but that hidden battle is the true victory, without which no harvest could ever grow. Your hidden victories have been the cracking of your shell, painful, quiet, unnoticed but essential. Soon, the sprout emerges, and others will see only the green stem, but heaven will smile, remembering the hidden victory beneath the soil. Chosen one, this is why you must never despise what seems small. Every yes in secret echoes in eternity. Every tear you wiped away while whispering, "Still, I trust you," became thunder in heaven's throne room. Picture an iceberg floating in the ocean. Above the water, only a fraction is visible. Beneath, massive strength supports it. Your public life may look small, but beneath lies a mountain of hidden victories that sustain you, and heaven knows the true weight of what you've carried and overcome. And here is the beautiful truth. Hidden victories are remembered not only in eternity, but in time. You will see the fruit of them. Opportunities will come that cannot be explained by talent alone. They will be the harvest of your hidden faithfulness. So, walk with confidence. When people underestimate you, heaven overestimates you. When people forget you, heaven remembers you. And when the world finally sees the light shining from your life, you will know it was built on victories they never noticed, but God never forgot. Hidden victories are like the quiet work of a soldier on the night watch. No one cheers for the guard who stays awake while others sleep, but it is his unseen vigilance that saves the city from disaster. You, too, have kept watch in silence, and though no one clapped for you, heaven saw the battle you fought in stillness. They are also like the mason who strengthens the foundation stones of a cathedral. Visitors will admire the stained glass and high arches, but no one bends down to honor the stones hidden in the earth. Yet without them, the cathedral would collapse. Your unseen choices, the forgiveness, the restraint, the whispered prayers have been those foundation stones. One day, the beauty above will shine, and though others forget, God will say, "I remember the hidden stones." 1. Think of the candle burning in a dark room. It makes no sound. It draws no attention. Yet its flame drives back shadows that would have swallowed the space. Your hidden victories were those flames. Small and steady, yet powerful enough to push back entire nights of despair. And consider the shepherd in the hills at night. No crowd, no spotlight, only sheep asleep and danger lurking. When he drives away the wolf, no one sings songs for him, but the sheep live, and heaven records his courage. You have lived that story. Your hidden victories preserved life, preserved peace, preserved hope. So never despise the battles that no one sees. Never doubt the value of victories that receive no applause. Heaven's memory is long, and heaven's reward is sure. When the time comes, your hidden victories will be displayed like medals on your chest, honor from God for every silent triumph. Seasons of silence do not mean seasons of absence. You know what it is like to pray and hear nothing, to wait and see nothing, to hope and feel nothing shifting. Silence can feel like abandonment, but in truth, it is the language of preparation. Heaven often moves quietly before it moves visibly. Think of the farmer after planting seeds. The soil looks barren, the field unchanged, but underground, roots are spreading, life is stirring, transformation is already underway. The silence of the field is not proof of death, but evidence of growth. That is the season you endured, apparent stillness, concealing powerful work. The scriptures remind us of this mystery in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3. For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it lingers, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. God's promises often sit in silence, not because he has forgotten, but because timing matters. A seed cannot bloom in winter, no matter how much we wish it to. A child cannot be born before the appointed months of development. Likewise, your promise could not arrive early. The silence was not punishment, it was protection. Consider the caterpillar sealed in its cocoon. Outside observers might assume nothing is happening, but inside, transformation is radical. The wings are forming, colors emerging, flight being prepared. To cut open the cocoon early would destroy the process. Your season of silence was your cocoon. Painful, tight, quiet, but necessary. I once knew a man who prayed for years for restoration in his family. For nearly a decade, nothing seemed to change. His children remained distant. His home felt empty. His prayers echoed back. But then, suddenly, doors began to open. Reconciliation came not gradually, but like a flood. Looking back, he realized that God had been softening hearts in the silence. What felt like delay was groundwork. Silence also teaches discernment. When the noise stops, you learn to hear whispers. When people fall away, you learn to recognize the presence that never leaves. When the spotlight dims, you discover the light within you that cannot be extinguished. Chosen one. Silence has been your teacher. It has stripped away distractions, tested your patience, refined your trust. It has shown you that God's love is not always loud, but it is always present. Think of the night sky. In the day, the stars are hidden, invisible against the brightness of the sun, but in the silence of night, their brilliance is revealed. In the same way, the silence of your season revealed lights you would never have seen, otherwise the strength of your spirit, the depth of your faith, the unshakable love of God. And do not forget Jesus himself endured silence. On the cross, he cried out, "My God, why have you forsaken me?" The heavens seemed mute. Yet even in that silence, redemption was being accomplished. The silence of God was not his absence, it was his greatest work. So, if you have ever felt abandoned, remember, silence is not the same as absence. Heaven's hand was upon you, even when heaven's voice seemed far. Now, as this season closes, you will see what the silence was building. Relationships mended, doors opening, strength renewed, vision clarified. What once felt like wasted years will suddenly shine with purpose. Chosen one, you survived the silence. More than that, you were shaped by it. You are emerging wiser, stronger, calmer. And now, the voice that seemed so distant will speak again, clearly, unmistakably, guiding you into what is next. The silence was never empty. It was always full of hidden work. And soon, You will give thanks not only for the answered prayers, but for the silent years that prepared you to carry them. The silence you endured was not a void, it was a pause before music. Imagine a symphony where the instruments suddenly stop and the hall fills with breathless stillness. That pause does not signal the end of the song, it heightens the anticipation for the crescendo about to burst forth. Your silence was that pause. Painful, yes. Confusing, yes. But it was the preparation for a sound of glory that could not have been appreciated without it. Think also of the darkest hour of night, just before dawn, when the stars begin to fade and the world seems swallowed in shadow. That is when light is nearest. The silence of your night was not permanent. It was the proof that morning was pressing close. And now, the horizon begins to glow, not faintly, but brilliantly, declaring that the long night is over. You may have thought heaven had turned its face away, but in truth, heaven was leaning close, watching how you would walk in faith without constant confirmation. That is where your strength was forged. Muscles of trust were built in the silence. You did not collapse, even when you felt fragile. And now, those silent years will become your testimony of endurance. Imagine a potter at his wheel. After shaping the clay, he places the vessel into the kiln. As the fire burns, the pot is silent. No movement, no sound, only heat. Yet it is in that silence that the vessel becomes strong, usable, unbreakable. You were in the kiln, and though it felt unbearable, you emerged unshattered, stronger, ready. And consider seeds resting underground in winter. For months, snow blankets the earth, and the field looks dead. Farmers walk past, shaking their heads, wondering if spring will ever come. Yet beneath the surface, life is pushing, stretching, preparing. When the snow finally melts, the sudden bloom shocks the eye with color and abundance. That will be your story, the silence of winter giving way to an eruption of spring. Chosen one. Silence was never meant to bury you. It was meant to deepen you. And now, the depth you carry will surprise even you. You will speak with wisdom beyond your years. You will move with calm where others panic. You will shine with light that was formed not in noise, but in stillness. So look back at the silence, not with bitterness, but with gratitude. Thank God for the quiet nights, the unanswered questions, the lonely prayers, for they did not waste you, they raised you. And as the music rises again, as the dawn breaks, as the field blooms, you will understand fully, the silence was always sacred. The gates are opening. You have walked through valleys, endured silence, pressed through nights of doubt, and now the doors of destiny begin to swing wide. The sound of hinges turning in the spirit is the sound of access, access to what you prayed for, access to what was withheld until the right time, access to a season prepared just for you. Doors in the kingdom are not random, they are appointed. When heaven says, open, no force on earth can keep them shut. You do not have to kick, force, or beg. You only have to step forward. The scriptures proclaim in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8, Z, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. I know that you have little strength, yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name. N, That is the key: your endurance, your faithfulness, your refusal to deny God in the waiting. And now, the open door is placed before you. Think of a massive gate in an ancient city. For years it stood locked, guarded, sealed. You stood outside, wondering if it would ever move. And now, slowly, powerfully, the doors swing open, not because of your strength, but because the King has ordered it so. I once knew a woman who prayed for years for the chance to pursue her dream. Every door seemed shut: finances, connections, opportunities. She worked faithfully, served quietly, waited patiently. One day, in what looked like coincidence but was divine timing, she met someone who held the key. Within months, what once seemed impossible became her reality. She told me, "It wasn't me pushing, it was God opening." That is the season you are stepping into now. And to anchor this moment, I want you to do something prophetic. Type the number 5,555 inches, the comments. Why 5,555? Because 5 is the number of grace. When multiplied, it is a declaration of overflowing grace. Gates opening, not by your effort, but by His favor. It is saying, I walk through these doors not by my strength, but by grace upon grace. Oh, when you type 5,555, you are not just leaving digits, you are leaving a mark in the Spirit. It is like chiseling a date into stone, declaring, this was the day the doors opened. Your comment becomes a memorial of the moment heaven shifted. Think of a river dam. For years, the water builds behind it, pressing, waiting. Then suddenly, the gates lift, and the flood pours out unstoppable. That is what 5,555 symbolizes: grace released in overflowing measure. Doors lifting, floodgates opening, life rushing into places that once felt dry. Your part is simple: step forward. No hesitation, no fear, no doubt. You do not need to peek around the edge, wondering if it's safe. The one who opened the door has already secured what lies beyond. Picture yourself standing before a hallway lined with doors. For years, you tried each handle, only to find them locked. But now, one by one, they unlock, swinging wide, revealing rooms of provision, healing, opportunity, and joy. That is the hallway you are walking now. And let this truth settle: not every door is for you, but the right one will never resist you. Heaven's doors open smoothly when it is time. What does not open was never assigned, but what is yours will swing wide effortlessly. Chosen one. Grace is not abstract. It is tangible. It shows up as favor in conversations, as unexpected provision, as peace that surrounds you. Grace is the oil that makes the hinges turn, the wind that pushes the door, the light that beckons you forward. So, take courage. The days of standing outside are over. The gates are open. The season has shifted, and with your declaration of 5,555, you mark this truth forever. Grace upon grace is carrying you through. Walk forward. Step boldly. This is your open door season. When you write 5,555, see it not as numbers on a screen, but as the echo of heaven's decree. Grace upon grace is here. 4 pillars of 5, standing tall, form a gateway. You are not at a wall anymore, you are at an entrance. And with every pillar, grace multiplies. Grace to heal what was broken. Grace to restore what was lost. Grace to accelerate what was delayed. Grace to shield what is fragile. Think of walking into a grand hall. The heavy doors open, and sunlight floods in. Dust that clung to your skin falls away in the light. That is what grace does. It doesn't only open doors, it transforms the atmosphere as you step through. Grace upon grace also means that what is given now does not replace what was before, it builds on it. Like waves of the ocean, one after another, never ceasing, never empty. Each wave washes further than the last. So will your life be washed, again and again, with new favor that does not run dry. Imagine a harp with 4 strings, each tuned to the same note. When plucked together, the vibration is fuller, richer, more powerful than one alone. That is 5,555. The sound of grace layered upon grace until the song of your life resonates with heaven's music. So let your spirit rise with this declaration. 5,555 is not random. It is alignment with heaven's promise that the gates have opened and grace is the key. From this day forward, whenever you see this number, remember, doors swing wide. Not because you forced them, but because heaven has poured grace upon grace over you. The oil of restoration flows. What was once fractured, drained, or taken from you is now being returned, not as a simple replacement, but as something fuller, richer, more radiant than before. Restoration in heaven's language is never about giving you back the exact same thing. It is about multiplying, beautifying, and elevating what was lost. The scriptures proclaim in the book of Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, I will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten. Years. Not just possessions, not just moments, but entire seasons of your life that felt stolen, wasted, or ruined. This is the promise. God redeems even time. Think about a broken vase, shards scattered on the ground, in human hands. The instinct is to sweep it into the trash, but in the hands of a skilled artisan, each fragment is gathered, and instead of hiding the cracks, he fuses them with gold. The Japanese call it kintsugi, the art of restoration. The repaired vase is not only whole again, it is more beautiful than before. That is your story. God does not erase your scars, he gilds them with glory. I once knew a man who lost his business, his home, and his sense of worth. He felt stripped, empty, humiliated. Yet, years later, after choosing to keep trusting God, opportunities opened unexpectedly. Not only did he rebuild his business, but this time it carried a mission of helping others rebuild theirs. He often said, "What I have now is more precious than what I lost, because it carries purpose." That is restoration, not just return, but transformation. Consider also the life of Job. He lost everything: wealth, family, health. Yet he remained faithful. And in the end, Scripture tells us God restored to him double what he had before. His testimony was not, "I got it back," but, "I received more than I imagined." That is heaven's rhythm. Loss never ends the story. Restoration always does. Restoration also works in layers. First, the external opportunities, resources, relationships. But then, the internal peace in your mind, joy in your heart. I hope in your spirit. What good is it to gain back possessions if the soul remains empty? God restores from the inside out. He does not only heal what people can see, but also the invisible fractures in your spirit. Picture a forest after fire, blackened stumps, scorched earth, ashes thick. For a while, it looks lifeless. Yet beneath, roots remain alive. Soon, green shoots rise, flowers bloom, and wildlife returns. Scientists say the soil after fire becomes even richer, more fertile. What looked destroyed becomes the seedbed for greater growth. That is restoration. Fire does not finish you. It fertilizes you. Chosen one. Restoration is coming to your relationships. People you thought were gone forever may reach out again, or new people will step in to fill the gap with love that is truer. Restoration is coming to your finances, not always through the same streams you once depended on, but through surprising doors you never imagined. Restoration is coming to your heart. The laughter you thought you lost will rise again. The peace you thought was gone will settle deeper than ever. And know this, restoration does not erase the past. It redeems it. The tears, the losses, the scars remain part of your story. But instead of shame, they carry testimony. Instead of bitterness, they carry wisdom. Instead of weakness, they shine with strength. So let the oil of restoration pour over you. Feel it seeping into every dry place, every broken place, every weary place. This is not the end of your story. This is the chapter where the author writes in bold letters, restored, renewed, rebuilt. Isni, you will not walk forever carrying fragments. You will walk carrying fullness. And when people look at you, they will not see the one who lost, they will see the one who was restored. Restoration is like the art of kintsugi you imagined earlier, but not just for one vase. Picture an entire shelf of broken vessels, each one different, each one cracked in unique ways. One by one, the master lifts them, mends them, and fuses the fractures with rivers of gold. In the end, the shelf no longer looks like a collection of losses, but like a gallery of glory. That is your life. Chosen one. Every area that once felt broken will shine with its own line of gold, a testimony of the hands that restored it. Or think of a field after the locusts. At first, it looks hopeless, empty stalks. Barrenland. Silence where harvest should have been. But then the rain comes. Seeds that had lain dormant beneath the soil, invisible to the eye, suddenly awaken. Green spreads again, thicker and more vibrant than before. You are that field. Though the locusts devoured your past, the rain of heaven has come, and life bursts forth. And remember the phoenix, a symbol as old as stories themselves, consumed by fire, reduced to ashes. Yet, from the ashes, it rises brighter, stronger, renewed. That is not myth for you, it is metaphor. Your ashes are not your end. They are the soil of your rebirth. Chosen one. Restoration is not a whisper, it is a roar. It declares that your story is not defined by what was lost, but by what is given back greater. You will not be remembered as one who broke, but as one rebuilt. You will not be marked by ashes, but by beauty. You will not carry fragments, but fullness. So, lift your hands and receive. The oil of restoration is already flowing. The river of destiny has reached your feet. For so long, you walked through desert's dust, clinging to your clothes, thirst cracking your lips, hope tested with every step. But now the sound of rushing water grows louder, clearer. The river is here. It is not a trickle, not a puddle, but a mighty stream prepared to carry you into a land of abundance. The prophet Isaiah once declared in chapter 43, verse 19, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. No, you, chosen one, have reached the stream. Heaven has dug channels through your wasteland, where others thought nothing could grow. Rivers of provision now flow. Imagine a weary traveler stumbling upon an oasis after days in the desert. Palms sway gently. Water sparkles under the sun. Fruit hangs from trees within reach. That is what heaven has prepared for you. A place of refreshment after endless wandering. A place of rest after relentless struggle. And here is the truth. This river is not only for you to drink. It is for you to swim in, to be carried by. The current of grace is stronger than your effort. You no longer need to paddle in panic. Let the river carry you. I once met a woman who spent years scraping by, working tirelessly, yet never finding stability. She said, "I always felt like I was pushing against the wind." But then she stepped into a new season of favor. Opportunities aligned, help arrived, and peace settled. She told me with tears, "It feels like I've stopped struggling to walk upstream. The river is finally carrying me forward." That is your story now. Think of an eagle soaring. It does not flap its wings endlessly to stay in the sky. It finds the wind current, stretches its wings, and rests as the invisible lift carries it higher. That is what it means to move with the Spirit, less striving, more soaring. The current of heaven carries you, and here, in this moment, I want to pause and speak sincerely. If this message touches your heart, if you feel the river of destiny rushing toward you, let this be your step of agreement. Like this message as a way of dipping your hand into the stream. Share it, so another thirsty soul may find the river too. And subscribe, so you do not walk away from the waters, but keep returning to drink again and again. This is not about numbers or pressure. It is about a symbolic act. Like building a well in your own land. Every like is a stone placed. Every share is water drawn for another. Every subscription is a bucket lowered into the well of encouragement. You are not just supporting content, you are choosing to remain connected to the flow of life that heaven is pouring out. Picture a lamp in the darkness. One flame can brighten a room, but when many lamps are lit together, the whole city glows. By sharing this message, you are lighting lamps across homes and nations. By subscribing, you are saying, "I will not let my flame die out." By liking, you are adding oil to the fire. These simple acts are not obligation, they are participation in spreading light. And hear this, rivers do not stop with one traveler. Streams carve paths, widening, reaching further, bringing life wherever they go. Your simple step can extend the reach of this river, so another weary soul stumbles upon an oasis they didn't expect. Chosen one, you have walked long enough in dryness. The river is here. Do not just watch from the bank. Step in. Let the waters wash away the dust of yesterday. Let the current carry you to fields of promise. Let the stream revive your weary heart. Your desert is over. Your river flows. And with every symbolic act, your agreement, your engagement, you place yourself in the water's path. This is more than participation in a message. It is participation in the move of God. So, breathe, drink, swim, flow. The river is yours, and it is carrying you forward. When you step into the river, you discover it is not shallow, nor weak. The current is strong enough to carry you farther than your feet ever could. Each symbolic act, your like, your share, your subscription is like wading deeper, first to the ankles, then the knees, then the waist, until finally you are lifted off the ground and carried fully by the flow. This is what Ezekiel once saw in his vision, a river flowing from the temple, growing deeper with every step, bringing life wherever it touched. Trees blossomed on its banks, and healing flowed through its waters. That river is here for you. When you agree with heaven's movement, you are stepping into that vision, becoming both the tree planted by the water and the traveler carried by the stream. Imagine dipping your hands into cool water after hours of heat. The relief is immediate. Undeniable. That is what happens in your spirit when you align with the flow of God. You are refreshed, re-centered, revived, and as you share that water, it multiplies. Rivers never run dry by giving. They grow stronger as they flow outward. And perhaps the most beautiful part, this river remembers every dry season you endured. It washes the dust from your skin, the fatigue from your bones, the heaviness from your heart. It restores what the desert tried to steal. So let your life echo this truth. I will not stand at the bank. I will step in. And with each step symbolized by your actions, you become part of a current that will never stop flowing. The river is here, and it is carrying you into the future God always intended. The mantle of peace is resting upon you. After storms, after endless nights of wrestling, after anxieties that drained you, the atmosphere around your spirit is shifting. You are learning that peace is not the absence of problems, but the presence of God. And this peace is not fragile, it is unshakable. The scriptures remind us in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 7, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Now, notice the word guard. Peace is not passive, it is active. It is like a shield raised around your heart and mind. You may not even understand how you are so calm, how you are so steady, but that calm is evidence that heaven has built walls of stillness around you. Imagine a lighthouse during a raging storm. Waves crash, winds howl, rain slams against stone. Yet the light at the top keeps shining steadily, guiding ships through the chaos. That is the peace of God in you. Life can rage outside, but your light does not flicker. Think also of a bird building its nest on a high branch. Storms shake the tree. Thunder roars. But the nest remains tucked safely in place. The bird sings not because there is no storm, but because it knows it is secure. That is your song of peace. I once knew a young man who lived in constant fear, fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of the future. But when he encountered God's peace, it did not remove every challenge. Instead, it gave him the ability to face them without trembling. He said, "I don't know why, but I no longer panic. I feel steady inside." That steadiness is what now rests upon you. Peace is a mantle, like a cloak wrapped around your shoulders. It shields you from arrows of anxiety. It muffles the noise of fear. It warms you against the chill of loneliness. And once it rests on you, no one can strip it away. Chosen one. This peace is also contagious. When you walk into a room, others will sense it. They may not know why, but their hearts will quiet when you arrive. Your very presence becomes a sanctuary. And now, I want you to anchor this truth with a declaration. Type these words in the comments. Peace surrounds me. Well, do not underestimate this act. When you speak it, when you write it, when you declare it, you are agreeing with heaven's promise. You are telling your heart, your mind, and even the unseen world, I am no longer a slave to panic. I am clothed in peace. Oh, think of a fortress on a hill. Enemies may surround it, but the walls stand tall, unbroken. Inside, life continues undisturbed. That is what your comment declares, that peace is your fortress, and nothing will break through its walls. From this day forward, let these words be your anthem. In traffic, in meetings, in moments of stress, whisper them again. Peace surrounds me. In arguments, in loneliness, in nights of restless thoughts, repeat them until the truth sinks deep. Peace surrounds you, and that mantle is your inheritance. No more being tossed like a boat on restless seas. No more crumbling under the weight of fear. No more living on edge. You are guarded. You are steady. You are surrounded. When you write the words, "Peace surrounds me," you are not making a wish. You are clothing yourself in a reality heaven has already declared. Those words are not flimsy. They are a mantle. Each syllable is like a thread, weaving around your shoulders, forming a garment you did not earn, but have been gifted. Picture a traveler caught in the rain. The downpour is heavy, the wind sharp, but then someone places a thick cloak over them. The storm does not stop, but the traveler is protected. That is what your declaration does. The storm may rage, but peace covers you. Peace surrounds like walls of a hidden garden. Inside, flowers bloom undisturbed. Streams flow gently, and birds sing. Outside, noise and chaos may roar, but within those walls there is stillness. Every time you whisper, "Peace surrounds me," those walls rise taller, thicker, stronger around your heart. Think of ancient warriors who carried shields wider than their bodies. Arrows would rain down, but the shield intercepted them all. Your peace is that shield. Anxiety may shoot fiery darts, but they cannot pierce through. Fear may fling its accusations, but they cannot land. I once spoke with a woman who endured years of turmoil at home. Every day was loud, hostile, exhausting, but she told me she began to repeat one line: "Peace surrounds me." At first it felt weak, almost silly, but over time, she said she noticed something, though the noise outside her never changed. Inside, she became calm. Arguments no longer unsettled her. Fear no longer ruled her sleep. She said, "It was like invisible walls went up around my heart." That is the fruit of your declaration. Peace surrounds me is more than comfort. It is authority. You are announcing to the atmosphere that peace rules your domain. Darkness has no legal ground where peace reigns. Fear has no access where peace is king. And this is not your peace, it is God's peace, which Scripture says transcends understanding. That means even when logic says you should panic, peace says otherwise. Imagine walking through a crowded marketplace where voices rise, shouts buzis, and distractions pull, yet you move calmly, as if you are walking through an invisible bubble. That bubble is peace. It creates space for you to breathe, to think, to live without being drowned by noise. And here is the mystery. Peace multiplies when declared. The more you say it, the more you live it. The more you remind yourself, the stronger the walls become. Whisper it in the morning before stepping out the door. Write it at night before laying down. Speak it over your children, over your home, over your workplace. With each repetition, peace spreads like a fragrance, filling not only your heart, but the spaces around you. Chosen one, you are not merely surviving storms, you are becoming the lighthouse within them. Others will look to you, confused by your calm, drawn by your steadiness. They will ask, "How do you remain so at peace?" And your answer will be simple: peace surrounds me. No, carry these words with you as armor, as anthem, as breath itself. For once peace surrounds you, nothing can break you. There is a weight to glory that few understand until they have carried it. Glory is not simply brightness or beauty, it is substance, density, presence. It is the evidence that God Himself is with you. You have walked through seasons of emptiness, where your arms felt heavy only because of burdens. But now, a new weight rests upon you, not the crushing load of trials, but the steadying weight of glory. The Scriptures remind us in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." This verse speaks of an exchange: trouble into glory, struggle into substance. Your hardships were not wasted. Every tear you shed, every step you kept taking, every day you chose not to give up was adding to a balance that now tips in your favor. The scale has shifted, and glory outweighs trouble. Think of a goldsmith refining precious metal. The heat burns away dross, leaving behind pure, heavy gold. At the start, the gold is mixed with impurities, lighter, weaker, but after fire, the gold is denser, more valuable. You are that gold. The fire did not consume you, it revealed your weight. Glory also has a sound. It is like the resonance of a deep bell ringing through valleys, shaking the air, commanding attention without words. When glory rests on your life, you do not need to announce yourself. The atmosphere shifts when you enter a room. People sense something, even if they cannot explain it. I once heard of a teacher who walked into her classroom daily carrying peace so tangible that the most disruptive children grew quiet. She never raised her voice. She never threatened punishment. Her presence carried weight. Later, one of her students said, "When she was here, I felt safe." That is glory. It influences without force. Chosen one. Your glory will not be flashy or shallow. It will not be about attention or applause. It will be about depth, presence, steadiness. Glory rests like a crown, but feels like an anchor, keeping you steady even when winds blow. Picture a great oak tree standing in a meadow. Its branches spread wide, its trunk thick, its roots deep. Birds find rest in its shade. Weary travelers pause beneath its branches. Storms cannot topple it. That oak does not boast. It simply is. That is the glory you now carry. And notice this. Glory is always for others as well as yourself. A lamp does not shine for its own benefit, but to guide others. The weight you carry will become a covering for those near you. Family members will feel safer. Friends will feel hope. Strangers may not know why, but they will feel lighter in your presence. Your troubles were real. Your pain was heavy, but they were light and momentary compared to what is coming. The eternal weight of glory will not fade. It will not crack. It will not be stripped away. It is sealed upon you. So walk steadily now. Do not fear the eyes of others. Do not shrink from your own reflection. The glow you carry is not arrogance. It is evidence. Evidence that you endured, that you trusted, that you were chosen. And the weight of glory will keep resting, keep growing, until eternity itself testifies of what you carried. Think again about the balance scale. On one side lay the years of trouble, loneliness, rejection, sleepless nights, the burden of waiting. For so long, it seemed the scale tilted heavily against you, as though your entire life were defined by hardship. But heaven was quietly adding weight to the other side. Every act of faith, every whispered prayer, every choice to keep walking became gold, added to the scale. And now, the moment has come. The side of glory sinks low, outweighing every trial. The scale has shifted forever in your favor. Glory is not light like smoke, drifting away at the faintest wind. It is heavy like stone, unmoved by storms. Think of an ancient cathedral built of massive stones. Wars may rage around it. Seasons may wear on it. But the structure endures, towering over generations. That permanence is the weight of glory. You do not just sparkle for a season, you endure as a testimony across time. Consider again the oak tree in the meadow. It did not grow overnight. Storms bent its branches. Lightning scarred its bark. Yet its roots dug deeper with every trial. The scars remain, but they are no longer wounds, they are badges of survival. People do not admire the oak because it never faced storms. They admire it because it withstood them. That is your life now. Glory is not denial of your storms, but proof you outlasted them. I recall hearing the story of a woman who survived years of loss and grief. Her voice was soft, but when she spoke, the room grew still, not because she shouted, but because there was weight in her words, a depth forged in fire. She carried glory, and others felt it without needing explanation. That is what you are stepping into, an influence that cannot be faked, a presence that cannot be manufactured, and glory is generous. It never stays confined to one person. Just as fire warms everyone near it, the weight of glory spreads through you to those around you. Family will notice the shift. Friends will be steadied. Even strangers will feel a calmness when you walk into the room. You will become, without effort, a carrier of atmosphere, chosen one. Let this truth rest in you. Your trials have ended not with emptiness, but with weight. You are heavier now, not with burdens, but with presence, heavier with wisdom, heavier with peace, heavier with unshakable faith. And that weight will not fade. It will remain as a crown upon your life and as an anchor to those who look to you for hope. The season of unveiling has come. For years, you lived, hidden your strength, unrecognized, your sacrifices unseen, your prayers known only by God. You felt like a seed buried deep in the soil, pressed into darkness, silenced beneath weight. Yet hiddenness was never punishment. It was preparation. And now, the covering is being lifted. What was once concealed is about to be revealed. The Word of God speaks through the Gospel of Luke, chapter 8, verse 17. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open. These words are not threat, but promise. They tell us that truth cannot remain forever in shadow. What is planted must sprout. What is whispered in prayer will echo in testimony. What is sown in tears will rise in joy. Imagine a sculptor working on a statue for months, maybe years. The marble looks unchanged from the outside. Dust collects on the floor. Chips scatter. But the form is hidden. Then, one day, the covering cloth is pulled away, and people gasp at the masterpiece standing tall. That moment of unveiling is what heaven has been preparing for you. You endured hidden battles, private choices, silent tears. You endured the misunderstanding of others who thought your waiting meant laziness, who judged your obscurity as failure. But God kept you hidden, not because you were unworthy, but because you were unfinished, like fine wine aging in darkness, like roots spreading underground. Your hiddenness was the guarantee of your strength. Consider Moses. For 40 years, he lived in obscurity, a shepherd in the desert, forgotten by Egypt, unseen by men. Yet it was there, in silence, that he met the burning bush. His unveiling came suddenly, but it was rooted in decades of hiddenness. Or think of David, tending sheep far from the eyes of Israel. While his brothers stood tall before Samuel, David remained unseen. Yet it was he, the hidden one, who was chosen and anointed king. Your story echoes theirs. Hiddenness first, unveiling next. The unveiling is never about ego. It is about purpose. A candle under a bowl is safe, but it cannot shine. Once lifted, its light fills the room. You are that candle. The covering is being removed, and unveiling is not always loud. Sometimes it is as gentle as dawn. Night fades. Light grows slowly, until suddenly the world is bathed in brilliance. That is how your unveiling may arrive quiet at first, then undeniable. I once knew a woman who spent years serving quietly in her community. Few noticed. Fewer honored her. Yet one day, someone shared her story online. Within weeks, doors opened, partnerships formed, opportunities blossomed. She said, "I never sought recognition. I only wanted to serve. But when the time came, God pulled the veil himself." That is the pattern. You do not need to unveil yourself. Heaven does it at the right time. Unveiling also means vindication. Lies spoken against you, judgments cast upon you, doubts raised about you. They lose power when the truth is revealed. You do not need to fight for your reputation. God Himself will reveal the truth. And when He does, no one can deny it. Picture a seed breaking through soil. For weeks, no one saw the fight beneath the surface. The pushing, the stretching, the cracking, all hidden. Then, in a single moment, green bursts forth. People may say, "Look how suddenly it grew." But you and heaven know the truth. It was years in the making. Your unveiling will look sudden to others, but you will know it was long prepared. And this suddenness is grace. It allows the years of struggle to collapse into a moment of breakthrough. Chosen one, the unveiling will reveal not only your strength, but God's faithfulness. People will look at you and see evidence that waiting is never wasted, that hiddenness is never pointless, that endurance is always rewarded. Your life will become a living parable, the seed that sprouted, the light uncovered, the vessel revealed. And understand this, unveiling carries responsibility. Once the light is visible, it must shine faithfully. Once the door is open, you must walk through boldly. Once the crown is placed, you must wear it with humility. The unveiling is not the end of your journey, it is the beginning of your influence. So, prepare your heart. Humility must anchor you, or pride will corrupt what unveiling gives. Gratitude must flow from you, or entitlement will poison the gift. Dependence on God must remain steady, or success will become a snare. But do not fear. The same God who kept you hidden will keep you grounded when you are revealed. The same hand that covered you will hold you steady when the covering lifts. Chosen one, lift your eyes. The veil is lifting. The season of obscurity is ending. Your unveiling is here. See yourself as that seed. Chosen one, for so long, you lay beneath the soil, pressed into darkness, unseen by all. Yet even there, you were alive. Even there, you were growing. Now, the surface has cracked, and the first green shoot breaks through, small to the eye, but mighty in promise. Or see yourself as the dawn. For hours, the night insisted it would last forever. But then, without permission, light began to spread. Shadows retreat. Colors return. Life awakens. That is your unveiling. Not a flash that fades, but a light that grows stronger with every passing moment. The world will soon see what heaven has always known. You were never buried, only planted. The turning of the page has come. What you thought was the last chapter, the place of endings, is now revealed as only a pause. Heaven is handing you a new script, one written not with sorrow, but with renewal, not with despair, but with hope. This is not recycling the old, it is birthing the new. The scriptures remind us in the book of Isaiah, chapter 65, verse 17, "See, I will create new heavens and a new earth. The former things will not be remembered, nor will they come to mind." This is the pattern of heaven, not patching up the old, but creating the new. And this is what God is doing in you. Now, think of the morning after a storm. Branches may still litter the ground. The earth may still be wet, but the air is clearer, the sky brighter, the birds louder, The storm is remembered only as contrast to the brilliance of the dawn. That is the season you step into a dawn that washes away the memory of the night. I once knew a man who lost nearly everything in a sudden crisis: his job, his health, his sense of purpose. For months, he felt like ashes were his identity. But then, quietly and almost unnoticeably at first, new opportunities came. Unexpected friendships blossomed, and his health returned. He said later, "I thought restoration would give me back what I had before. Instead, God gave me what I never dreamed I could have." That is the nature of new beginnings. They exceed imagination. And now I ask you to mark this shift with a prophetic declaration. Type the number 4,444 inches, the comments. Why 4,444? Because the number 4 speaks of foundation, stability, and the completion of cycles. Writing it 4 times is a seal of unshakable establishment. Your new beginning is not fragile, but permanent. Not temporary, but rooted. It declares, "I am standing on solid ground. My future is built on rock, not sand." When you type 4,444, see it as a cornerstone laid into your spirit. Every stone of disappointment, every fragment of the past is cleared away, and a new foundation is set. Upon this, joy will be built. Upon this, peace will be built. Upon this, your future will stand. Picture a house built after a storm destroyed the first. The new walls rise stronger, the roof firmer, the design brighter. The storm may have taken the old, but it could not prevent the building of the new. That is what 4,444 symbolizes: a foundation that cannot be shaken. Or imagine a tree planted by streams of living water. Its roots stretch deep, anchoring it through every season. Winds may blow, drought may threaten, but the tree stands firm. Leaves green, fruit abundant. That is your life anchored in 4,444, steady, rooted, unshakable, chosen one. Your declaration is not superstition. It is alignment. It is saying, "I am finished with cycles of collapse. I step into cycles of stability. I will not fear the shaking, for my foundation is eternal." And let this be your act of faith. 4,444 is not just numbers, it is a covenant mark between you and heaven. It is a reminder that you are grounded, that your new beginning is unbreakable, and that what God establishes cannot be torn down. So, type it boldly. Whisper it in your prayers. Write it in your heart. Let 4,444 echo in your spirit every time fear whispers instability. For you are no longer building on sand. You are established forever. Chosen one. The old page is turned. The new page shines. The foundation is set. Walk forward with confidence, for your beginning is now. When you declare 4,444, see yourself standing on the foundation of a brand new house. The old house may have crumbled, walls cracked, roof leaking, storms tearing it apart, but the ruins are not the end. The builder himself clears the rubble and lays stones that no storm can shake. You walk through the doorway and feel stability under your feet. The floor does not creak. The walls do not sway. The roof does not leak. Safety surrounds you. And for the first time, You breathe without fear. That is what 4,444 means. Your soul finally anchored in security. Now picture the tree by the stream. The river never runs dry. Roots dig deep into soil that is constantly nourished. Season pass summer's heat, autumn's winds, winter's frost, yet the tree remains. Year after year, it bears fruit in its time, not because it strives, but because it is rooted. That is you, chosen one. 4,444 declares that you are no longer tossed by seasons. You are planted by the living water, steady in drought, unmovable in storm, flourishing when others fade. Or imagine a city built on solid rock. Earthquakes may shake the ground, floods may rise, winds may howl, but the city stands tall, unbroken, untouchable. Generations come and go, but the city endures. That is your life built on the foundation of 4,444 free. You are not building for a moment, you are building for eternity. This number is not magic, it is memory. A marker for you to look back on and say, here is where I crossed from instability to strength. Here is where I stopped living in cycles of collapse. Here is where I began to stand on rock instead of sand. Man, so hold 4,444 inches, your heart like an anchor. Let it remind you when storms try to scare you. Let it steady you when doubt whispers. Let it root you when fear rattles. For you are no longer fragile, you are established. Firm, unshakable, chosen one. You are not building again just to lose again. You are building on eternal foundations, and heaven itself guards your walls. 4,444 is your covenant of stability. Walk in it, live in it, rest in it. There comes a moment when the traveler pauses, looks back at the road behind, and realizes how far they have come. Dusty shoes, weary muscles, scars from falls along the way, all of these remain. Yet what outweighs them is the simple fact, they made it. Chosen one. That is where you stand now. The long road behind you testifies not of defeat but of endurance, and the horizon ahead glows with promise. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 35, so do not throw away your confidence, it will be richly rewarded. Confidence is not arrogance. It is trust in the one who carried you. You did not walk this far alone. Every bend in the road, every climb up the hill, every stumble on the rocks, God was with you, guiding your steps. Think of a potter carrying his clay vessel carefully through fire. The vessel shakes in the heat, cracks, threaten, yet the potter never takes his hands off. When the fire ends, the vessel is stronger, more beautiful. That vessel is you. The journey has been your kiln. The scars you carry are not flaws, they are patterns of glory. And now, standing here, I invite you into a gentle, voluntary act. If this message resonates with your spirit, like this message as a way of saying, I lift my lamp higher. Share it as if passing your flame to another wanderer still on the road. And subscribe so you can remain connected to this fellowship of chosen ones walking together. This is not pressure. It is not obligation. It is a picture, a campfire in the wilderness. Each like is another log placed on the fire, keeping it burning bright. Each share is a spark carried on the wind, lighting another fire far away. Each subscription is you choosing to keep returning to the warmth instead of walking back into the cold. Imagine a lighthouse on the coast. One flame can save countless ships from wreckage. Your simple act is like tending that flame, ensuring it does not go out. The light you help sustain may be the very light that guides another soul through their storm. I remember a story of a man who stumbled upon a message when he was at his lowest point. He said, "I don't even know why I clicked, but that night I felt less alone." Someone's small act of sharing became his rescue. That is what your action can do, not for numbers, not for vanity, but for lives. So let your engagement be more than a click. Let it be your way of saying, "I will not keep this light to myself. I will not let this fire fade. I will be part of keeping the flame alive." And chosen one, your journey has proven you are not a quitter. You are not one who disappears into shadows. You are one who endures, one who carries the fire. And now, as we walk further, let's carry it together. The story is not ending, it is expanding. And your light, joined with others, will make the path clearer for countless souls who still wander in darkness. So pause, breathe, and then step again. The road stretches on, but now you do not walk as one barely surviving. You walk as a light bearer, steady and strong. Think again about the campfire in the wilderness. The night is cold, shadows stretch long, and fear prowls at the edges of the dark. Yet around the fire, warmth radiates, light dance, and hearts are steadied. Every log placed on the fire matters. Without it, the flames would shrink. With it, the blaze endures. When you choose to keep this fire alive by your simple act, you become part of the circle that warms others. Some may never know your name, but they will feel the heat of the fire you helped sustain. Now, picture the lighthouse on a jagged coast. Waves slam violently. Storms howl without mercy. Ships drift dangerously close to ruin. But one tower stands, tall and unshaken. Its light does not shout. It does not move. It simply shines. And countless sailors live because of that light. This is the power of your engagement. You are helping ensure that the flame inside the lighthouse never goes out. A message that reaches you becomes a beacon for someone else who has not yet found safe harbor. And do not underestimate this. One small flame can start a chain reaction. A single candle lights another, and then another, until the room is filled with radiance. That is what happens when you share the light. It multiplies. It travels farther than you will ever see, touching lives in hidden places, breathing hope into hearts you may never meet. Chosen one, you are not only receiving, you are now participating in something greater. You are both traveler and torchbearer. You are both the one who rests by the fire and the one who keeps it burning. You are both the sailor, guided by the lighthouse, and the keeper, who ensures it continues to shine. So let this moment settle in your heart. Your part matters. Your light matters. Your choice to keep the fire alive matters. And together, all of us form a constellation of lights across the earth, guiding the broken, warming the weary, reminding the forgotten that darkness will never win. There is a moment in every journey when the warrior sets down the sword, not in defeat, but in completion. The battle no longer defines them. They carry scars, yes, but they carry something greater, the peace of knowing they endured and overcame. That is where you stand now, not at the start of war, but at the threshold of peace. The Word of God assures us in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 37, "No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through Him who loved us." More than conquerors. Not just survivors. Not just fighters. But ones who walk away carrying victory deeper than wounds. To conquer means to overcome. To be more than a conqueror means you not only overcome, but also transform the very thing that tried to destroy you into a testimony of strength. Imagine a soldier returning from the battlefield. The armor is dented, the cloak torn, but the eyes shine with fire. That fire is not the mark of war, it is the mark of victory. That fire lives in you. And now, I want you to seal this truth with a declaration. Type these words in the comments. I stand victorious. And do not treat it as mere words on a screen. See it as a sword thrust into the ground, declaring, the war is finished, and I am still standing. Each time you write it, you remind yourself and the unseen realm that you did not break. You endured. You overcame. You stand. Think of an ancient temple column. Centuries pass. Empires rise and fall. Storms rage. Earthquakes shake. But the column remains upright. Unshaken. That is what your declaration, I stand victorious, means. You are no longer defined by what tried to topple you, but by the fact you remain upright. I once knew a man who lost nearly everything, his health, his finances, even close relationships. For a season, it looked like he would never recover. Yet, years later, he stood before others and said, I am not who I was before. I am stronger, steadier, and more at peace than I ever imagined. His losses became his testimony. His scars became his authority. That is what it means to stand victorious. When you declare, I stand victorious, you are not denying the pain of your past. You are declaring it did not defeat you. You are saying, yes, I was wounded, but I healed. Yes, I was pressed, but I did not crumble. Yes, I walked through fire, but I emerged gold. Victory is not the absence of scars. It is the presence of life despite them. The resurrected Christ still carried nail marks in his hands, not as wounds, but as proof of victory. So too, your scars are not shame. They are proof you triumphed. Chosen one. Your stance inspires others. When people see you standing, still walking, still shining after everything you endured, they realize they too can rise. Your victory multiplies courage in those around you. So lift your head, straighten your shoulders, plant your feet firm, and let your heart echo these words, I stand victorious. This is not just the end of one chapter, it is the banner over the rest of your story. You are not broken. You are built. You are not defeated. You are defined by triumph. And now, you will carry that victory as a mantle, as a crown, as a testimony to all who watch. When you type the words, I stand victorious, you are not merely reporting survival, you are proclaiming identity. Victory is not a single moment at the end of a war, it is a state of being forged in fire and proven in storms. Those 4 words are not weak, they are a banner lifted high over your life. Picture a column of marble in an ancient ruin. Empires rose and fell. Armies marched. Kingdoms crumbled. Yet that column still stands. Weather has carved marks on its surface, but those marks only prove its endurance. You are that column. Life tried to topple you, but now your presence itself is testimony. You stand. Or imagine a tree after a hurricane. Branches may have snapped, leaves stripped, bark scarred, but its trunk remains rooted. In time, new shoots sprout, fresh leaves appear, and its canopy grows wider than before. The storm did not end the tree, it deepened its roots. That is what your declaration means. I stand victorious is not about being untouched, but about being unshaken. Consider also a flame surviving beneath ashes. When the fire seems extinguished, a coal still glows red, waiting. With the breath of wind, it reignites, bursting into flame. Again, that coal is your spirit, though buried under ash. It refused to die. And now, with God's breath, you blaze anew. I once heard the story of a woman who endured devastating betrayal. Friends abandoned her. Her name was dragged through lies. Her heart shattered. For years she felt like nothing more than ruins. But slowly, quietly, she chose to trust again, to forgive, to rebuild. Years later, she spoke to others, walking through betrayal, and said, I stand, and because I stand, you will too. That is the power of victory. It multiplies courage in others. When you say, I stand victorious, heaven nods in agreement. Angels record it. Darkness trembles, for it knows you are no longer fragile prey, but fortified testimony. Even your scars become authority. Like Christ, who showed his hands and side to his disciples, your scars say, I have been there, but I am not broken. I am proof that light wins. And never forget, standing victorious does not mean standing alone. You are part of a great company of chosen ones across generations, men and women who endured storms and still stood. Each time you declare those words, you join your voice to theirs. A chorus across time echoing one truth: God's chosen cannot be destroyed. So let the phrase echo through your days. Whisper it in the morning before stepping into work. Breathe it at night when doubts whisper. Declare it in moments of fear, when shadows creep close. Each time, you strengthen the roots, steady the column, fan the coal. Each time, you remind yourself and the world, I stand, I am victorious. You are not the same as before. You are more, stronger, steadier, crowned with scars that shine like jewels. And this is the life you now carry, not broken, not bowed, but victorious. The hour of testimony is approaching. For too long, your story has been known only to you and to heaven. You have carried experiences like sealed letters in your heart, letters no one else has read. But the time comes when those letters are opened, and your testimony becomes not only your healing, but also the healing of many others. The scriptures remind us in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 11, they triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. And notice the power here. The word of testimony is not simply personal, it is a weapon. It silences lies, breaks chains, and dismantles fear. Your story, spoken aloud, becomes a sword against darkness. Think of a lamp hidden under a basket. For a while, the flame flickers unseen, providing no guidance. But when the basket is lifted, its light spills into the room, chasing away shadows. Your testimony is that flame. It cannot remain hidden forever. The time is near when it will shine. I once knew a man who had endured years of addiction. For a long time, he carried shame, believing no one would understand. But when he finally shared his story, his failures, his struggles, his eventual breakthrough, he found not rejection, but connection. Others leaned in, tears in their eyes, whispering, "If you overcame, maybe I can too." His hidden pain became public hope. Your testimony will work the same way. What once felt like chains will become keys. Keys to unlock doors of courage in others. Keys to remind the broken that they are not alone. Consider also the potter again. He shapes the clay, fires it in the kiln, and then places the vessel on display. The vessel's beauty tells a story not of ease, but of fire endured. Your life is that vessel. Every crack, every scar, every glaze of color is testimony that the fire did not consume you. And testimony is not always spoken in crowds. Sometimes it is whispered to one person at the right time, in the right place. Sometimes your story will reach far. Sometimes it will reach one. But either way, it will matter. Think of Jesus with the Samaritan woman at the well. He revealed her story, not to shame her, but to heal her. She ran to her village declaring, "Come, see a man who told me everything I ever did." And the whole village was changed. Her testimony, born of brokenness, became the spark of revival. Chosen one, do not despise your story. Do not shrink from it. What you endured, what you overcame, what you survived, it is holy now. In heaven's hands, it is not weakness, but weapon. Not shame, but strength. And here is the deeper truth. Testimony is never just about the past. It is about the future it creates. When you speak of what God has done, you open the door for Him to do it again. Testimony is prophecy, it declares. If He did it before, He will do it again. Lengk, so prepare your heart. The letters sealed in silence will be opened. The vessel once hidden in the kiln will be displayed. The flame covered under the basket will shine, and your life, once quiet and overlooked, will become a story read by many. Your testimony is your weapon. It is your gift. And when the time comes, it will change more than you realize. Think of your life as a sealed letter. For years, the envelope has remained closed. Ink hidden from every eye, but God's. To others, it looked plain, ordinary, even forgotten. Yet inside, words of survival, courage, and grace waited. Now the seal is breaking, and the letter will be read aloud, not to shame you, but to reveal that your story carries power. Every tear written in its lines, every scar inked in its paragraphs, becomes proof that God writes redemption into every chapter. Or imagine the lamp beneath its basket. While hidden, its flame still burned. Though unseen, the room remained in shadow, and no one realized that light was available all along. When the basket is lifted, the flame does not need to grow stronger. It simply shines. That is your testimony. It has always burned within you. waiting for the moment when God removes the covering and lets others see the glow. And consider the vessel fired in the kiln, once placed on a shelf in the potter's workshop. At first, no one noticed it. Dust gathered, yet the potter knew its worth. One day, he set it in the window, where sunlight revealed the colors, the glaze, the strength gained through fire. That display was not vanity, it was vindication. The vessel had a story to tell, and its place was no longer in the shadows. Chosen one, your testimony is not small. It is not irrelevant. It is the very bridge someone else needs to cross their own river of despair. What you whisper may become another's shout of freedom. What you thought was your private battle may become the hope that rescues a life you never meet. So, hold your head high. The letter is open, the lamp uncovered, the vessel displayed. Your testimony will echo louder than you expect, reaching farther than you imagine. And it will stand forever as evidence. You were chosen, you endured, and you overcame. The mantle of legacy rests on your shoulders. You were never chosen only for survival. You were chosen so that your life would echo beyond your years, so that your story would ripple through generations, so that the seeds you planted would bear fruit long after your hands have rested. The scriptures remind us in the book of Proverbs, chapter 13, verse 22, a good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children's, but a sinner's wealth is stored up for the righteous. Oh, inheritance is not just wealth. It is wisdom. It is example. It is the fragrance of faith left behind for others to breathe. Your legacy will not be measured only in what you accumulate, but in what you impart. Think of a tree again. The oak does not eat its own acorns. It scatters them across the soil. Birds carry them further. Winds spread them wider. And long after the oak has fallen, forests rise from its seed. That is legacy. You will never know the full reach of your life, but generations will live beneath the shade of what you planted. I once met a grandmother who prayed daily for her family, even when they mocked her faith. She passed away, never seeing their transformation. Yet years later, one by one, her children and grandchildren turned to God. They often said, "It was her prayers that carried us." Her legacy was not measured by what she saw, but by what she sowed. Legacy is not just in family, it is in every soul you touch. A kind word at the right time. A helping hand when no one else noticed. A light you carried into someone's darkness. These acts are immortal. They live on, retold in stories, remembered in hearts, bearing fruit unseen by you, but counted by heaven. Picture ripples on a lake. You throw one stone, and the circles spread wider and wider, touching shores you cannot see. Each choice you made in faith was a stone. Each act of endurance was a stone, and the ripples have already begun to spread. Legacy is also about endurance. When others see you standing after storms, they realize storms do not have the final word. When they see you forgive after betrayal, they realize forgiveness is possible. When they see you hope after loss, they realize hope is stronger than despair. That is the legacy of endurance. Chosen one. Your legacy will not fade with your breath. It will live, carried in lives you influenced, in prayers you prayed, in seeds you planted. And when heaven writes your story, it will not end with your last step on earth. It will continue in those who walk because you first paved the path. So do not despise the small things you have done. A smile, a prayer, a gift, a word of encouragement. They are seeds of legacy. In time, they grow into forests, rivers, movements, and when others look back, they will say, because they lived, I found courage to live too. Olam. Legacy is not about fame. Many famous names fade within decades. Legacy is about faith. Faith never fades, because it is eternal. The prayers you prayed will echo in eternity. The love you gave will remain written in the book of heaven. The example you lived will continue to guide even when your voice is silent. Chosen one. Lift your eyes. You are not only walking for yourself, you are walking for those who will follow, and heaven smiles. For your legacy has already begun. Think once more of the oak tree. It begins as a fragile seed, small enough to be overlooked. Years of storms, winters, and summers pass before it, towers strong. Yet the true measure of the oak is not its height or its shade, but the seeds it scatters. Long after the first oak falls, its acorns sprout into a forest. That is your legacy. You may not see all the trees, but generations will rest beneath their branches because you chose to stand. Or picture ripples on water. One pebble, light and ordinary, strikes the surface, and circles spread outward farther than the eye can follow. Each decision of faith you made, choosing kindness, forgiving when it hurt, praying when it felt silent, was a pebble. The ripples of those moments stretch across time, touching shores beyond your sight. Your legacy is already moving outward. Even now, legacy also looks like fire, a single flame, carefully passed, lights another torch. That torch lights another, until the night sky glows with countless points of fire. When you live faithfully, your flame is not extinguished, it multiplies. Others carry what they first saw burning in you. And though your hands may one day rest, the fire burns on in theirs. I once heard of a teacher who, for decades, taught in a small village. He never sought recognition, but years later, his students became leaders, pastors, doctors, and parents who carried his lessons forward. His name was not famous, but his legacy lived in thousands of lives. That is the nature of true legacy. It does not demand attention, but it refuses to die. Legacy is also written in unseen places, the prayers whispered in solitude, the sacrifices no one applauded, the nights you stayed awake, interceding. They are not lost. Heaven records them. And one day, those unseen seeds will bloom publicly, not only in your story, but in the stories of others. Chosen one. Legacy is eternal. Wealth fades. Buildings crumble. Fame disappears. But the mark of a faithful life never erases. The lives you touched carry your imprint like clay pressed with a seal. Every person you encouraged carries a piece of your voice. Every soul you helped carries a spark of your fire. Every child, friend, or stranger who saw you endure carries a picture of strength that shapes them. So stand tall. Your life is more than your own journey. It is a stream feeding rivers, a flame lighting torches, a seed growing forests. The story you are living will echo long after you, and heaven itself will testify. This one left a legacy of faith. The horizon of eternity stretches before you. This journey, you have walked the tears, the victories, the silences. The breakthroughs has never been only about the present moment. It has always been about something larger, something eternal. Your steps here on earth are not isolated. They are threads woven into a tapestry that will hang forever in heaven's halls. The scriptures assure us in the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 5, verse 1. For we know that if the earthly tent we live in is destroyed, we have a building from God, an eternal house in heaven, not built by human hands. This is the promise that anchors your soul. Earthly tents are fragile, they wear down, they tear, they collapse in storms. But the eternal house is unshakable, untouchable, everlasting. Your journey of faith has never been wasted, because it is tied to that eternal home. Imagine a traveler reaching the final stretch of a long road. Along the way, mountains rose high, valleys pressed low, storms drenched, deserts scorched. Yet at last, the gates of the city come into view. Towers glisten in the sunlight. Voices rise in welcome. Doors swing wide. The aches of the road fade as the destination fills the traveler's vision. That is the picture of eternity. You have walked through wilderness, but your eyes now fix on the city that never fades. Eternity reframes everything. What once felt unbearable is now seen as momentary. What once felt wasted is now revealed as investment. The pain of the journey becomes seed. The endurance becomes currency. The faith becomes crown. Eternity is where every unanswered why finds its explanation, where every hidden sacrifice is rewarded, where every unnoticed act is celebrated. I once heard the testimony of an elderly woman who lived her whole life, serving quietly in her community. She had no wealth, nor fame, nor recognition. At her funeral, dozens came forward, each telling stories of how she had changed their lives. A meal given, a prayer whispered, a kindness shown. Her life looked small to the world, but in heaven's book, her legacy was vast. That is the truth of eternity. What is small here is great there. Think of a tapestry again. From the back, the threads look tangled, random, chaotic. But when the cloth is turned, a masterpiece emerges. Colors, patterns, images woven with skill. Earth often feels like the backside of the tapestry, messy, confusing, without sense. Eternity is the front, the place where you finally see the design and understand how every thread mattered. Chosen one. Eternity means your life has never been ordinary. Every prayer, every battle, every choice has been part of something eternal. You were chosen not only for a season, but for forever. Your calling did not end with survival. It extends into glory. Picture a seed planted in soil. Its body dissolves, but what emerges is far greater. A tree, a vine, a harvest. The Apostle Paul says, our earthly bodies are like seeds. They are buried in weakness, but raised in glory. What feels fragile now will be transformed into strength beyond imagination. You will not be less in eternity, you will be more. And eternity is not distant. It touches you, even now. Every time you forgive, you echo eternity. Every time you love, you reveal eternity. Every time you choose faith over fear, eternity shines through your life. You are not waiting passively, you are already carrying eternity inside you. I recall the words of Jesus in the Gospel of John. I go to prepare a place for you. Imagine that heaven's carpenter building with his own hands. Not a tent, but a mansion. Not temporary lodging, but eternal home. Each room carries your name. Each stone is laid with love. Each wall resounds with welcome. Eternity is personal. It is for you. And eternity is communal. It is the great gathering, the reunion of saints, the banquet of those who endured. Imagine a table stretching longer than sight, filled with laughter, song, joy, unending. Around it sit those who walked before you, prophets, martyrs, family, friends, all telling their stories, all shining with glory. And at the head of the table, the Lamb himself, the one who chose you, crowns you with life everlasting. So let eternity guide you now. Do not measure your worth by earthly applause. Do not measure your progress by earthly timelines. Do not measure your future by earthly limits. Eternity is your measure. Eternity is your home. Eternity is your reward. Chosen one, you are closer than you think. The veil grows thinner, the dawn brighter, the song louder. The journey has been long, but the gates are near. And when you enter, when you hear the words, "Well done," you will understand fully what you always believed in part, that you were chosen for this, and you have arrived at last. Think once more of the tapestry. For so long, you stared at the tangled knots, the frayed ends, the threads that seemed to go nowhere. It looked like confusion, like waste. But when the cloth is turned, you will see beauty you never imagined. Every dark thread gives depth. Every bright thread gives contrast. Every knot gives strength. The chaos becomes a masterpiece. That unveiling is eternity. Or see yourself as the traveler reaching the city gates. The dust of the road still clings to you. Your body aches. But as the golden doors swing open and the music of celebration spills out, every pain fades. The road no longer matters. The destination overshadows it all. And then, imagine the banquet table. Plates without end. Laughter without sorrow. Reunion without parting. You take your place not as a guest uncertain, but as one expected, prepared for, chosen. This is eternity, the fulfillment of every longing, the answer to every tear, the home your soul has always sought. Chosen one, let this vision steady you. You are not only walking toward eternity, you are carrying glimpses of it even now. The circle is complete. You began in uncertainty, walking through shadows, carrying burdens no one else understood. You endured valleys of silence, nights of waiting, battles that seemed endless. And now, the story returns to its true center, rest. Not rest as escape, but rest as inheritance. Not a pause before another storm, but a dwelling place of peace. The Word of God assures us in the book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 9, there remains, then, a Sabbath rest for the people of God. This rest is not idleness. It is not sitting in despair. It is the stillness of a soul that knows the work is finished. It is the quiet confidence of one who has fought the good fight, run the race, kept the faith, and now enters into the joy prepared for them. Think of a field after harvest. For months, it bore the strain of plowing, planting, growing, and yielding. Now the fruit is gathered. The barns are full, and the soil lies still, soaking in rain, preparing for the next season. That stillness is not wasted, it is holy. You are that field. You have given, endured, produced. And now the Spirit whispers, rest. Lum. Picture also a warrior returning from battle. Armor dintel. Swartworn. Body scarred yet alive. Triumphant. The war is over. The battlefield no longer calls. The warrior lays down the sword. Not in defeat, but in peace. That is you. Your sword of striving can rest. You are not called to endless war. You are called to live as one who already stands in victory. I once knew a mother who carried her family through years of hardship. Every day she worked. Every night she prayed. Her hands never idle. When her children grew, when stability finally arrived, she wept. Not out of exhaustion, but relief. It feels strange to stop fighting, she said. But maybe rest is also obedience. And it was. Rest is not neglect. It is surrender to the truth that God carries what you no longer need to. Rest is not emptiness. It is fullness. It is the heart finally realizing, I lack nothing. It is the mind finally at peace, no longer racing through plans and fears. It is the body breathing deeply, not because the road is short, but because the soul has found its rhythm in grace. Chosen one. The invitation now is simple. Step into rest. Trust that you do not need to prove yourself anymore. Trust that you are already loved, already chosen, already secure. Trust that what you longed for is already in motion, and your role now is to receive. Think of a child climbing into a parent's arms after a long day. The child does not worry about tomorrow, does not calculate bills or battles. They simply rest in the embrace. That is the picture of your soul in God's arms. And this rest will prepare you for what is next. From stillness, strength rises. From silence, clarity comes. From rest, revelation flows. You are not abandoning the journey. You are anchoring yourself for the chapters yet to unfold. So breathe deeply. Lay down the weight. Stretch out your soul in the green pastures prepared for you. The circle is complete, the journey fulfilled, and your rest secured. Rest is not weakness, it is wisdom. In a world that glorifies constant motion, endless striving, and relentless noise, to rest is to resist. It is to declare, I am not sustained by my effort, but by grace. Rest is rebellion against the lie that you must earn what has already been given. Rest is trust made visible. Think of the ocean tide. The waves rush forward with force, but then they retreat, pulling back into stillness before the next surge. The retreat is not failure, it is rhythm. Without it, the tide would collapse into chaos. Your rest is the tide drawing back, preparing strength for the next wave of purpose. Or picture an artist finishing a masterpiece. After weeks of brushstrokes, hours of focus, and countless details, the final stroke is placed. The artist does not rush into another work immediately. They step back, breathe, and simply behold what has been created. That moment of stillness honors the work and restores the soul. You are both the masterpiece and the artist. Your rest is the pause to honor what God has brought you through. Rest also feels like a harp after a song. The strings vibrated, the The hall echoed. Emotions swelled. Then silence. The silence is not emptiness. It is the resonance still ringing in hearts. Your season of striving has played its song. Now the rest allows the resonance to settle into your spirit. I once knew a man who worked tirelessly his entire life, chasing achievement after achievement. When he finally slowed, he realized he had missed the joy of simply being. But as he embraced rest, he found a peace deeper than any success had given him. He said, "I used to think rest was wasting time. Now, I see it is saving my soul." Oh, chosen one, you are invited into that saving stillness. Your rest will not erase your calling. It will enrich it. It will make your voice stronger, your vision clearer, your steps steadier. Without rest, even the strongest falter. With rest, even the weary rise again. So let the rest wash over you like rainfall on dry soil. Feel it seep into every tired place, every tense muscle, every anxious thought. Let it soften the ground of your heart until new life sprouts. Let it fill the cracks with living water until your soul overflows. And understand this, rest is not a pause in the story, it is the hidden chapter where renewal is written. It is where God whispers what could not be heard in the noise. It is where the soul heals wounds it never had time to tend. It is where tomorrow is birthed quietly in the silence of today. So rest, chosen one. Rest without guilt, without fear, without hesitation. Rest, knowing you are held. Rest, knowing the circle is complete. Rest, knowing that what lies ahead will rise not from striving, but from stillness. Your rest is your crown, your inheritance, your song. Step into it fully, for it is yours forever. Chosen one, you have walked with me through valleys and mountains, through silence and song, through battles and breakthroughs, from the very first word until now. Heaven has been whispering to you, you are not forgotten. You are not ordinary. You are chosen. And now we stand at the final page of this journey together. But endings in the kingdom are never truly endings. They are invitations. The river does not dry up at the shore. It widens into the ocean. The flame does not burn out at nightfall. It ignites the stars. What you carry forward from here is not just memory, but momentum. I want to speak to your heart with sincerity. If what you have heard has stirred something deep within you, then let this be your moment of response. Not obligation, not pressure, but a willing choice to join in the flow of what God is doing. Like this message, as a way of lifting your torch high, imagine a vast field at night, one flame shining in the dark. When you press that button, you are adding your torch to countless others, and suddenly the field blazes with light. One flame becomes a sea of fire. Share this message as though you are carrying water to a thirsty traveler. Somewhere out there, someone is wandering their own desert, desperate for a drop of hope. You may never know their name, but your act of sharing may become their oasis, their turning point, their morning after a long night. Subscribe as if you are planting a tree by a river. A tree does not sprout overnight, but it grows steadily, offering shade and fruit for years to come. Subscribing is not just following a channel, it is choosing to stay rooted in a flow of encouragement, a rhythm of truth, a stream of life. You are saying, I will not walk alone. I will remain connected. And finally, comment below, not just for me to see, but for heaven to record. Leave words that seal your journey. It could be a declaration, a scripture, or even a simple, "I receive." These are not empty keystrokes. They are seeds sown into eternity. Think of a scribe etching on a scroll. Every word you write becomes part of your testimony, part of your legacy. Beloved, chosen one. The journey we shared here is ending, but your journey with God is not. Ahead of you lies a path brighter than you imagined, a life steadier, fuller, freer. The old has passed away. The new has come. So, I leave you with this picture, a torch in your hand, a river at your feet, a crown upon your head. You are not who you were when this began. You are stronger. You are established. You are radiant. Step forward now, not in fear, but in faith. Step forward, not carrying questions, but carrying promises. Step forward, knowing this truth. The one who called you chosen will never let you go. And as you do, let your actions here, your like, your share, your subscription, your words be more than digital gestures. Let them be prophetic acts, seeds of faith, echoes of eternity. For this is not the end. It is the beginning